Hello, thanks for the likes. Thanks for the hearts. Oh, we gotta get the chat popping here. Pop it out, I mean. It's funny how, like, I'll click the chat box. It doesn't want to move. Stupid. Stupid chat box.
I need help fixing my sink.
Okay, let me find a tutorial.
What is going on? What is happening? Oh, did I put in a YouTube video? Oops. I put in a YouTube video to my chat box. Oopsie. We fixed it. We fixed it. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for viewing. We're just popping and doing a Monday stream. I've got a bunch of videos recorded today. It was a very productive day. I did some cleaning, some organizing, and I'd made 5 videos. So I have like 7 videos to release. And then I have, how many more? I don't think I'm going to do that one. Maybe 2 more. But I got to do the thumbnails. Probably work on those right now. Work on those right now. You guys can watch me work, and I'm going to eat. If you're drinking a milkshake or any dairy product, then the general rule of thumb is not to combine it with anything else. Then I'm assuming I have raw whey that looks very hydrating and tempting. Well, look, you know, it really just depends on your digestion. Remember, Augenis dealt with sick people, and his vagus nerve was severed. So, you know, he obviously, what he was doing was a little different. I consume some milk, but not a lot of milk with my meat meals because I have good digestion. So, yeah. But the milkshakes aren't good because there's too much cream in the milkshake. Like, you can use a tablespoon of fresh cream with meat meals if you're trying to help the nerves, but you don't want to use more than that. You could use more sour cream, but not fresh cream. And yeah, so I wouldn't drink a milkshake. Things like milk, water, whey, you can sip that stuff, but the more you drink, the more dilute your acids. I recommend waiting to drink anything until after you're done with most of your meat meal, like 75%. Just me. The whey is good to drink, though. I mean, if you're thirsty, you know, take a drink. If you're not eating anything like meat. I'm having some raw red meat that I got from a butcher for the first time. It smells like sweet biscuits. Sweet biscuits? Hooping Squad. If I recall, you're in California. Yeah, so they use, I think it's lactic acid that has a sweet smell. Like in the meat spraying video, it's in part 2. It's at the end of part 2 where they're talking to the chicken people. Some of these sprays have a sweet smell. They smell good. Let me check. sweet biscuits. That's a fun little name to like call something. Like, oh, sweet biscuits. My sweet biscuits. Ah, citric acid, perhaps. Citric acid, possibly lactic acid. You can scrape off the meat. What's up, Gust? Perfect ideal environment to live in? Well, in a perfect world, I would like to live in 3 countries seasonally. So Japan, America, and Italy. I don't know if I would have a house in Japan. I'd like to go between Okinawa. I'd like to just go all over Japan, honestly. I'd have to go all over Japan to figure out where I like to go. But Okinawa has its benefits. Hokkaido has its benefits. Even the mainland has its benefits. So, Hokkaido, I'd probably lean towards Hokkaido because it's a little milder and I can get raw dairy. Yeah, so I would be leaning towards Hokkaido. In America, I'd probably just stay in Ohio, honestly. Probably just would stay in Ohio, and maybe move to Florida. I don't know. The taxes, who knows? So maybe somewhere like that. And in Italy, I would probably live in the south somewhere. Probably the eastern coast of Sicily, the southwestern coast of Italy, the boot, because I enjoy first of all, it's cheaper, and I enjoy the rustic aesthetic and speed of life in the south of Italy. There's also less rules and regulations and more farms, so it would be better for food sourcing. I'd be able to get raw sheep's milk and cheese and good fruits and good produce and good meat. So I would, in the sunshine and the sea, when I was in Italy, I loved that. So it felt like home because that's where half of my lineage is from. So that's where I would live in a perfect world. And in terms of like housing architecture, no carpet, okay? No carpet. Lots of nice glass windows, open areas, open rooms. Think of Victorian, mid-century, modern feel. I'm a big fan of like Frank Lloyd Wright's work. The mid-century modern housing is pretty great. Like, not often 2 stories, but sometimes it's 2 stories. A nice private balcony for sunning. Probably a little secluded, not necessarily in a neighborhood or a suburb. But yeah, mid-century modern housing styles are probably my favorite. It's very reminiscent of like Japanese architecture too, in a lot of ways. But with, I would say the soul of mid-century modern is Japanese architecture with Western accoutrements, comforts, and amenities built in. With, of course, some other Western sensibilities, but the natural woods, the stone, the tile, that's what I'm after. Lots of houseplants, lots of windows. The lower quality meat I get from Whole Foods doesn't have the smell. Interesting. Yeah, it could be something the butcher does. It's strange. I'm eating it still because I hate wasting. I scrape some, but it still smells. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could just be the type of meat. Maybe it's like really good meat and it just smells sweet. I don't know. What's up, Jim? Thanks for checking in. Thanks for popping by. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate all the work you do. You're a hero. I actually don't know if you want it. But I'm going to make you a moderator just because. Just because. You don't have to do anything, but I just want to give you the title just because I think you deserve it. There's absolutely no strings attached. No commitments or action on your part. You can just, it's like a government job. You just enjoy the title and you get paid. Except by get paid, I mean you just can say you're a moderator. And I guess if you want to exercise some of your power, you can. I leave that judgment up to you. Thanks for adding Wednesday time on school. Oh, of course. That's what I do. That's got to make it work for everybody. You know, everybody's paying. You know, times are tough. You know, people got things to spend money on: bills, food, expenses, school, vehicle expenses, Christmas gifts, taxes. So, you know, I get it. I work. So I want to try to accommodate everybody's schedule as best I can to give everybody an opportunity to get the most out of the school experience. By the way, guys, I'm going to keep it up, although of course you guys don't know, but I haven't changed the school price yet, mostly because I forgot because I got too busy today, but it's going up $10 after the stream probably. I'm too nice. I'm too nice. Of course, one of my clients got in on the deal, so I'm good with that. I'm happy he did that. Good for him. Oh, you DM me on school, yeah. I sent you hi. Oh, yeah, if you left it on and it got warm. If you left out, so coldness, it dulls smells and scents. Like, you ever go into an old-timey bathroom and you go to the urinal and it's just a trough and it's filled with ice? That's because the bathroom doesn't smell like piss with the ice. So when it's colder, it doesn't smell that bad. So that's not a very good analogy to talk about food, but that's just the first analogy that comes to mind. But anyway, when you have meat at room temperature, it's going to change the taste and the smell. The flavors will come out of the meat, and it can change. But it could also be that your meat was sprayed with something at the butcher's, you know, because like I said, you never really know how often the meat gets sprayed. Sometimes the butchers do it, sometimes they don't. It could be a lot of things. It's really bad in California. Ice in a urinal. Do you plan on staying in Ohio, or is there somewhere you want to move and settle down later on? I don't know. Right now I'm here for work. We'll see what happens. If or when the grand plan comes together, I'd like to do what I said earlier. Have a place in Japan. First I would travel Japan and then figure out where I'd want to go. Houses are super cheap there. I get a house. And what I would do is I would go in on a house with 3 or 4 people, and we would all split the cost 4 ways and be co-owners, and it would just be like a timeshare, and we would all just be responsible for splitting the expenses. And when we're not there, we would just rent it out as an Airbnb to make money and sustain the place and offset expenses. You know, or maybe rent it to locals, or the locals utilize the space, because I want to be a steward to the Japanese people as well. But yeah, just go in with like people who travel and like Japan, and be like, hey, I don't want to live in Japan full time because I'm not a citizen, but how about we just go in on this property together and we all just take turns, you know, visiting there. And it would be people that, you kind of like, so if you overlapped, it wouldn't be a big deal, and it wouldn't be for that long, and the space would be big enough that you could have your own, space to live. And that's kind of what I would do. That would be my ideal arrangement for Japan. And I'd probably lean towards Hokkaido because I could get raw milk in Hokkaido. That's like the only place in Japan you can get raw milk. Any quality dairy, really, but yeah. And then, Middle America somewhere, I'd probably just stay in Ohio because I know it. And then South Italy. Southwestern tip, eastern part of Sicily, somewhere over there. What's the best way to feed chickens? You can feed chickens non-GMO corn, or corn that isn't sprayed with chemicals. Chickens can eat corn just fine. Corn, non-GMO corn, millet, peas. Corn, millet, peas, oats. That's a good mix of things in terms of a scratch feed. Corn, millet, peas, oats. You could feed them that. And that's what the non-GMO feed some people uses. Corn, millet, peas, oats is pretty standard. And then bugs, make sure they can get bugs and snakes and frogs and other things. Feed them your meat scraps, feed them your vegetable juice scraps. Chickens will be chilling. I thought it was a prank. I bet freshly hunted, slaughtered meat is awesome. Yeah, it is a big difference. Are you able to live in Japan with their immigration laws, or are they lax? No, their immigration laws are pretty strict, actually. You can stay, I think, up to 3 months on a tourist visa, probably. So that's why I said I would stay in Japan 3 months. I would expect to stay 3 or 4 months. Let me see. What is U.S. tourist visa for Japan? A lot of times it's reciprocal. You won't be able to travel. You'll have to have a digital ID. I don't know about that. Oh, if you're a citizen, you don't need... 30 days, no visa. Tourism or visas, no visa. With the passport, 90 days. Liver doesn't usually get sprayed, right? Nope, everything gets sprayed. Watch my video. Watch my video. You need to watch the videos. I went through the video, and it shows they spray all the organs individually. They pick up all the organs individually, and they spray it. Are you familiar with the Primal diet or Max Kane? Yes, I know Max. I'm not going to go to the carnivore convention. Honestly, it looks really cringe. I think we'll probably have a booth there, though. But I'm not going to go. I'm not really too big on those types of conventions. Meat Stock, the world's largest carnivore, keto, and biohacking convention. How much is it? Oh, that's funny. The weekend convention pass is $300. The VIP is... Well, it's funny, they dropped the price, $90, because no one was probably buying it. The VIP's only... Oh, it's all sold out. The ultimate lineup. Alright. Well, you know what? We'll just... Let let's just screen share this so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Let's screen share this so we can see what I'm talking about, okay? Window capture. Speakers, Meat Stock, USA. First, let's go back and look at the tickets and event info. Meat. Meat, learn community. That's cute. May. So, obviously on sale because no one was buying it. $375 honestly is a little steep, especially for this kind of lineup. Michaela Peterson, very cringe. Ken Berry's fine. Callie Means is CIA fed. The Food Babe, that's really cringe. Sean Baker, boring. Anthony Chaffee, he's pretty all right. I don't know who Tech Holes is. Eric Berg, I don't know who he is. Mastering biohacking, that's really cringe. Look at those glasses. Those are not working for him. Ben Bickman, is he a low vitamin A guy? He doesn't have eyebrows. He might be a low, maybe he has alopecia. I didn't mean to say that. I feel bad now. I don't know who that is. Dr. Boz, interesting. Robert Kiltz, I don't know who that is. I don't know who these people are. They don't have links. You can't see who they are. Dr. Ali, lipotoxicity, when a high-fat diet can become dangerous. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. All-Star Carnivore Diet Panel and Overcoming Carb Addiction. Cringe. Steak and Butter Gal. Lisa Weidman, I don't know who that is. Dr. Philip Ovadia. He kind of mogs. He kind of looks like Mussolini. Sally Norton, toxic superfoods, plants are trying to kill you. Yeah, this lady's crazy. She blames being a vegan on like eating vegetables. She's like, "Oh, my health was so bad because I was vegan and it was the vegetables." It's like, no, it's your health was bad because you were going to the doctor and getting a bunch of pharmaceuticals and treatments, and you weren't eating real foods. And then you started eating real foods, and your problems went away. It's not necessarily because of the vegetables. I'm not defending a vegan diet necessarily. I'm just saying, but this is the lady who's been putting, I don't know if it happens anymore, but she was putting leaflets in We Want to Live books saying that Autogenous, he stopped recommending vegetable juice when he died, and you should read my book. She's terrible. She's awful. She's really terrible. I'm going to get back to the chat. We're going to do a full review of this site though, because I just want to do that. Okay, so the All-Star Diet Carnivore Diet Panel. I don't even know who you are. How is that an all-star? Carnivore cooking, ancestral living in the modern era. It is not this. Okay. Whatever. Overcoming food addiction. That's rather. Alex Clark, very cringe. Nick Norwitz. How real science unlocks aging, health span, and longevity secrets. Cringe. Elizabeth Bright. I don't know. Modern ancestral cultures unlock the secret to purple. Modern ancestral cultures. Wow. That sounds really dumb. Modern ancestral. Talk about an oxymoron. Joe Salatin. He's okay. Regenerative farming does matter. Rina Aluila. All-Star Carnivore Diet Panel. Okay. Modern ancestral cultures. What does that even mean? That's so silly. Healing humanity. Stories of transformation through diet. Okay. That's not a good picture for him, by the way. That's like the worst picture on here. Eric Biscoff, The New Meat Order. Lipotoxicity and Carnivore Cooking Masterclass. Okay, whatever. Adopting a circadian health plan for healing and living optimally. Let me spoil the class for you guys. Wake up at sunrise and go to bed at sunset. That's it. That's the class. I just saved you $300 in an hour of your time. That's literally all she's going to say. That's all she's going to say, except she's going to drag it out for an hour, and you're going to be like, why am I here listening to this? Why do I need to listen to someone harp on for an hour about wake up when sun wakes up, sleep when sun sleep? There you go. I summed up her whole panel in like 8 words. Meat 101. The best cuts at the best price. Yeah, okay. Meat Stock MC. Jenny Mittich. Serena Music. Meat Stock MC. Easy tips for beautiful skin. Well, she's got decent skin from what it looks like. The best cuts at the best price. Danny Conway. Dave Mack. Wow, this is the worst picture on here right now. This is very soy. This is very soy, and I believe it's antithetical. If you were thinking about going to Meat Stock, and one of your presenters is going to be this kind of soy guy with, he's even got the beret on. This is very cringe. This is very cringe. The All-Star Carnivore panel. Are there any men on the All-Star Carnivore panel? No. That's sexist. The All-Star Carnivore panel. That sounds like something... I don't know, I'm not going to say it. But I just think it's very sexist there's no men there. Dr. Jen Flagar. Okay. Another Meat Stock MC. Wow, a lot of MCs. Robert Sykes. This is kind of cringe picture. The dangers of glyphosate, common chemicals in your house. Yeah. That's a good one. Histamine Intolerance by Angie Laro. Okay. There's Max Kane. I wonder what he's talking about, though. He doesn't say. Dr. Kelly Ritter, Dr. Sabrina Salt. Look at all these doctors. Lauren Johnson. 2 Crazy Ketos. This is the most cringe. This is even worse than that. No, this is almost as worse as the soy guy. 2 Crazy Ketos. How stupid is this? And look at her. Let's look at the green line test here right now. So she's got her elbow into this guy. I've never seen the elbow. You've seen the claw. You've seen the claw on women they put on men, but I've never seen the elbow. That's like the nail in the coffin right there. And she's got her other hand on his neck. She's ready to go in for the rear naked choke. She's ready to go in and suffocate him and suck the life out of his body. That's what she's ready to do. Look at that smile, too. Jeez Louise, I'd never let a woman like that behind me. Goodness gracious. Carnivore JT, what are these people doing? Amanda Radke, Jackie Gregory, Rancher Maggie. That's kind of cute. So $300, what does this get us? What are the exhibitors? All right, let's see. A lot of these meat conferences, it's mostly like salt vendors, processed food vendors, powders vendors, like protein powder vendors, like protein bar vendors. Did I say that? Supplement companies. It's just a bunch of like BS. All right. Brain Tap. All right. That kind of sounds like Neuralink or something. Zero Gravity. Okay. And you can't even click on any of these people. Or these exhibitors. You can't even find out what they do. Nitric oxide, so that's just breathing in nitric oxide. Keto Brick. That's stupid. Imagine telling people, oh, I brought my keto brick for lunch. And then all your coworkers beat you up in the break room because that's literally the stupidest thing. They just put you out of your misery. Purely tallow. Clean, simple, natural. Cooked! Salt. Nope. Salter. Whatever that means. It probably has to do with salt. There's Ken Berry, I think, or the other guy, Eric Berg. I get them mixed up. They're like the same people. Liberty Wellness Company. Okay. Miller's Biofarm. That's Amos Miller, I think. The Carnivore Bar. Yeah, here's some dried meat and salt. Ugh. Best EMF products. Not the best name. I know what they're doing, but it's not the best name. Lucy's Legacy. What the hell is this? It's a dog. Insight Coaching Community. Okay. Bid on Beef. Green Pasture. Australian Source Grassland Nutrition Supplements. Carnivore Snacks. TLS Global Groups. That's Farm Match. That's Max Kane's company. I don't use Farm Match because it's way too expensive. Personally. I think it's way too expensive. It's like more expensive than Amos Miller. It's like It's like buying from Amos Miller and then you get fees on your order. That's basically what Farm Match is. I mean, I guess it works if you're too lazy to take 5 seconds and look online for farms, or you don't drive in rural communities. But yeah, I always prefer to order through farms because middlemen add costs. So, but no, I mean, I don't think it's bad. I just I'm a miser. I don't like to spend money, guys. You know that. So but if you like to spend money, I guess buy from Farm Match. But honestly, you should buy from my herd shares because it's better and it's cheaper. Jigsaw Health. Okay, Pharaoh. A lot of companies here. Salt, another salt guy. What is this? Keto brains, neurotropics. That's really cringe. Wow. Redmond Salt. How many salt companies? How many supplement companies? So many. Crazy. That's crazy. I think we're going to apply to be an exhibitor for this, though. I'm probably not going to go, though, because it's in Tennessee. But I don't know. We'll see. If I can get down there, maybe I'll go. We have a group of people who go for the Primal Diet. So I think at the Weston A. Price Conference, we had a booth right next to Max Kane, and they were feeding people raw meat. All right, let's look at the schedule. What is this? Optimal health and longevity. Okay, so it's just a bunch of talks. Carnivore Chopped. Chopped is all right, yeah. VIP speakers ball dinner. So you pay for 1 day and you get 2 hours. You get 6 hours of classes. You just get to sit and listen to a bunch of these people. The biophysics of heart disease and how it has nothing to do with cholesterol and LDL. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Ribeye cutting opening ceremony. Oh, please. That is cringe. Maha at Meat Stock. Cali means, yeah, here it is. This is Fed Central here. Cali means he's a federal agent. I believe he's affiliated with like the Jesuits or something. Total Fed. Vanny Harry, I don't know who she is, but she's probably a Fed. Alice Clark is just, she's a fart in a skillet. Michaela Peterson, fart in a skillet, really cringe. Sally Norton's going to be there. Oxalate toxicity. Oh yeah, I was thinking of Sally Fallon, Sally Norton. Toxic superfoods are worse than we thought. That's not true. I wish I could go there to argue with her. I'd love to argue with her. I'd be like, well, I juice vegetables and I don't have any problems. Why are you putting leaflets in Augustus's books? That's what I would do. I would just roast her. I'd probably get kicked out. I would record it and it'd be really funny. All-Star Diet, Carnivore All-Star Diet Panel. Join Michaela Peterson, Ken Berry, Sean Baker, Anthony Chaffee, blah, 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 blah. For the biggest carnivore star-studded panel of all time. I'm not there. You guys are missing me. Cringe. Where's Max Kane? Ah, here we go. Max Kane, Breakout Room. AJ Richards, Sourcing Food Right. So he's not going to be talking about the Primal Diet. I believe he talked about something at the Independent Food Summit. I'll probably be at the Independent Food Summit in June. I'll probably be doing that one. One of my farmers will be there too, and his family as well. So, yeah, but just look at all this. It's just classes. It's just talking. There's no. Our conference is pretty cool because we have these classes, but there's other things to do, and there's food, and it's not just like listening to a bunch of people. And there's no supplement companies or salt companies. It's pretty chill. So yeah, you get to slaughter an animal and all kinds of stuff. It's really cool. So yeah, the conference is great. It's gonna be we're gonna be pushing like 60 people this year. I guarantee it, at least. All right, let's go back and go through the. I hope you found that entertaining. No, I don't want to do that. I need to lock in. I need to lock in and move. Why won't you move? There we go. All right, I got to go back here. I want to see some stats. 7 viewers, awesome. Thank you. 7 viewers, 7 likes. You will be stuck in the USA. No, I won't. Okay, where do we stop off? What to do during a migraine? What to do during a migraine? So sip on cream. Get a hot water bottle. Okay. Get a hot water bottle. Fill it up with hot water, and then lay on it. Lay on it, and then you can put a blanket over your head if you want to keep in the heat. That helps. I like that. That's what I do. It helps instantly. And then just eat. Just eat the good foods. What else helps with headache? Sipping sparkling water with honey. That helps. The germ theory causes a large majority of problem with modern food and life. Yes, it does. Cringe. $300. What exactly? Yeah, we looked at that. It was pretty lame, honestly. A lot of good connections and networking, I guess, with those people if you want. Does eating heavily sprayed meat induce heavy detox, or is it fine having heavily sprayed once? I put my tongue to it, and it was like an acid. Ugh. I would just not scrape it, but I would, like I said before, I would cut off like at least eighth of an inch to a 1/4 inch of the meat, just like every section. Like make it like cube, like slice it in a cube, and then I'd probably eat it. It's not going to cause a heavy detox immediately, probably. Just make sure you eat a lot of fat and cheese with it. Is Dr. Baker a shill? I don't know. I kind of feel like he's on TRT and he lies about it. Michaela Peterson, her father, sold out to his master, and she hooked up with Andrew Tate, the Masonic Fed. Yeah, Michaela Peterson's really cringe. How many feds will be inside conventions like this? Oh, a ton. At least there were like 4 or 5 feds on the panel. Okay, so the green line test. The green line test, you guys, is it's where you take a picture with somebody and you assess their posture. So if they're leaning into somebody, if they're leaning away from somebody, if you're leaning in, you should not be leaning into a woman in a picture, because that means if you're both leaning and it's mutual, that's okay. But like if you're leaning into her and she's just straight, that's not good. A green line, a man wants to have a solid green line in his pictures. Straight up frame, hands by his side, not in front of his groin. That's shame. You feel shame, so you're covering your bits, and you don't want them behind your back. I like to keep my hands up here in the Polly Walnuts pose, honestly, where you grab your thumb, because you got your hands in front of you like you're ready to hit somebody. You keep your hands in front of you, it's self-defense. Or keep my hands at my side. But yeah, if a woman, if she's leaning into you, that's one thing. But if she's leaning into you and she has her hand on your shoulder, over your shoulder like a claw, it means she's got her claws in you literally, and she thinks she owns you. So it's interesting. If you look at pictures of, it's really fun to do this with like celebrities. Look at pictures like Will Smith and his wife. It's pretty funny. But even family photos, you can see it. Just look at how the couples, the men and the women, take pictures together, and you can kind of assess their dynamic to see how the women is posturing and how the man is posturing. It's very interesting. So yeah, that's the green line test. You can look it up, and it explains it even better with examples. The beret is to look like a real farmer. Yeah, he looks like a comedian is what he looks like. I'd be more impressed if this convention helps small farmers, takes FDA to court. Yeah, I doubt they do that. What's good, Microwave Capri Sun? Nothing but salt companies. Geez, how much does one salt need? Can't get enough. Plasma. I use Farm Match for my farm, and I get a pretty good deal. The farm piggybacks on someone else's cold distribution. It comes right to my door, no delivery fee. Oh, that's interesting. Max Kane was looking for people to be in his booth. He was pursing in to pay for the trip, etc. Not sure if he's still doing that. Oh, I'm sure he's found people to do that. But, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I've just seen some people order from Farm Match, and the prices are really expensive. So, but I don't know if that's because of the area they were in or farm match pricing, but I don't know. I've never used it. I don't need to use it because I'm me. I've got, I put the work in. Put into work. Okay. Chat died. Wow. I'm going to use this opportunity to eat some nummies. Alright, let's get rid of the meat stock info. Where is this again? Where is meat stock? Gatlinburg Convention Center. Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I assume? Meaty food trucks. About that. Eight viewers, 7 likes. That's amazing. Thank you guys. 4 viewers, 8 viewers. I don't know. I get 2 different sets of data on my page. I never know. I never know. Yeah. Unc, are you good with iridology? No, not really. I know enough to be dangerous, as they say, but I'm not able to, like... I'm going to put out my iridology video, and there's going to be... like, resources. So you can find... So you can find like a real iridologist, because you don't need to have Ogenus's iridology to get an iridology reading. You have to understand that, because iridology, everybody has their own way, kind of, and it's largely all based off of Bernard Jensen and stuff. So it's going to be very useful. Jim Fleece, do you know Dayran? I know Night Walk, but I don't know Dayran. Get it? Get it? Oh, that's a big piece of liver. I don't like liver, but I need to eat it. I haven't had liver in a year. I'm pretty sure. Dirt. Ogenus wasn't the psychic stuff. He did palm readings and things, and he was very spiritual. Yeah, he definitely did a little bit of that. So, yep. Oof, I don't know. Yeah. Jeff Slay says he has not safe for work stories, but he didn't share them. Maybe if you ask Jeff, he'll tell you. I don't know. What happened to Aj's books after he died? Why did they get taken? It wasn't his books, it was his hard drives. It's because he didn't have his estate set up well, and some people took advantage of a situation, and it's just a big mess. But no, I don't have them. No one who does the conference has them. David Frazier has them. And he's not going to release them. From my understanding. Alright, I need to eat. So why has nobody jumped the dude? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't really care that much about Agenus's lost work. I really don't think there's anything revolutionary there. I know someone who stayed with David Frazier. He knew him for like a couple months. And apparently there's nothing like groundbreaking on the drives. There's nothing groundbreaking. There are some notes that Agenus was keeping track of for like detoxification studies, because he would give people, he talks about it, his guinea pigs. He would tell his guinea pigs to do things, and then he would watch their progress. That's how the cheese happened. He gave one of his guinea pigs the cheese, and he watched their progress, and that's when he's like, oh, the cheese is working, and it's working again. So he had guinea pigs. How did he check their progress? Because he would talk to them and see their irises. That's how. He also did experiments. He did experiments, but there's no record of them. Phoenix told me he was supposed to like poop in a jar or something and send it into the University of Arizona, I think, and it never happened because he died. It never fulfilled because it died. So, there were experiments going on, but there's no data, there's no research. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are no revolutionary formulas, according to my source. And I've talked to people who had consultations with David Fraser, and they were not really impressed with the diet advice David Fraser gave. So, because they came to me for consultations. They came to me and asked me questions. So, yeah, there are no revolutionary formulas. So, 99% sure they're not there. And the grain stuff is just molding different grains and eating them. Ajanas talked about that. It's the same principle. Molding something, eating it, and then it detoxes the whatever you're supposed to get rid of. So, like, fermented sugarcane juice gets rid of sugar. Fermented grains get rid of grains, like from cereals and breads and stuff. Ajanas talked about this. So, you can apply that logic to other things. That's, there's nothing specific about that, I don't think, but, you can experiment yourself. Chicken liver is nice and sweet and more mild than beef liver. It's true. I had a pretty big chicken liver a couple of months ago. I was surprised at the taste. I'm still not a big liver guy, but, it was surprising. It was interesting, at least. Yeah, so, basically, the whole hubbub and brouhaha about the hard drives is just a hater who's jealous of what we're doing and trying to discredit us and make us look bad, even though we have no control over that situation. Like, we can't do anything about it, literally, so it's not our fault. It's not our fault, and we can't do anything, so it's just someone trying to make us look bad. Haters. What are you going to do? You try to do anything in life, you're always going to have haters, but, haters generally very fat and ugly and just wretched people. So, don't get me wrong. I'm not above criticism. I'm a human being. I can be critiqued. I'm not perfect, but geez Louise, I'll tell you, some people. Eat meat and fat and green juice, sleep a lot, hot baths, cheese train, high meat, suppository, not much important left. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's the moldy berries for the accelerated detoxifications, and then applying those molded concepts to other things. I mean, in We Want to Live, in the first part of the book, there's a remedy for like dissolving a brain tumor or a cyst or something. It's like, what was it? It was like a yeast. It was like a yeast culture in whey or milk or something. I forget. But, there's like all kinds of stuff in the We Want to Live book. It's just like in there. Do you know the difference between between frozen high meat and fresh? Yeah. So I've got videos on this already, but yeah, the E. coli bacteria, something happens to them when it's frozen, and they come back with a vengeance, and the bacteria are more like aggressive in breaking things down, and that's what happens in the body. The fresh meat can be more nutrifying, and the frozen meat is more detoxifying generally. But I think it really depends on how your body uses the bacteria and stuff in the food, because I never had problems with any high meat. If it was frozen, if it was fresh, I never had any detox from it. But a lot of people, not a lot, but some people, they'll eat a little bit of high meat and they'll have a strong detox. But that was never me. Yeah. And maybe it isn't because of the bacteria that happens. It might be because of the meat, the changes in the meat from the freezing that allow the bacteria to do that. I'm not necessarily so convinced it's just the bacteria, but it's rather how they're acting to the frozen meat. I think it starts with the meat. Okay, I need to eat. I've been yapping too much. You missed it. BTT. I went through the meat stock lineup, and I went and analyzed the meat stock lineup and the speakers and the exhibitors. It was good fun. Everybody was LMAOing in the chat, so it's worth rewatching. I think, honestly, you would get a kick out of it if you like how I make fun of the quantum people. You should hear me make fun of the carnivore people. Yeah. Meat stock, they should call it cringe stock. It's the nation's premier carnivore biohacking keto convention. Cooked high meat. Yeah, probably. I don't think frozen high meat is closer to being like cooked high meat. That's totally different. The meat totally changes when it's cooked. It's really not that big of a difference when it's frozen, I think. I don't think Ogenes's studies controlled variables very well, especially in relation to types of meat dogs do better with. For instance, there's no he fed those dogs chicken mostly, I think. And I talked to a lot of people who feed chicken to their dogs, and it's something about dogs and eating those birds that makes their skin have mange and allergic reactions. Maybe the health of the dog isn't good. Maybe it's just a genetic thing. I don't know. But some dogs, they don't do good with land fowl, but they can eat waterfowl. They have no problems with waterfowl. So it's a pretty interesting thing, So it's like, the way to really test that experiment is to replicate Ogenes's experiments with the frozen meat. With healthy dogs and different kinds of meat, not just frozen chicken. I told you I used to have sleep problems, but I feel like now they're more or less resolved. Even when I have energy, I can still sleep. Yeah, I told you. It's good. I've also gotten a lot of weight. Yeah, that helps. Could you take a picture with Michaela Peterson? I probably could get one taken, but I don't really know that I'd want to. She's kind of gross. She's kind of cringe and gross. I made fun of her. She was one of the main ones I made fun of. We talked about her and Callie Means, who's a total fed. I think there was another fed in that list. Yeah, just some. There's one of the MCs is like a soy guy. He's like totally soy. Like you look at his face, it's just soy. He has the soy expression. Yeah. My dog loves stinky rotten meat, even with mold. Yeah, the dogs love fermented foods more than fresh foods, I found. Because, like, you know how, like, a dog will bury a bone? They'll, like, go bury a bone for weeks, and they'll let it, like, marinate, and then they'll go get it, because it tastes better. Cheese, rotten meat, moldy meat. Yeah, they love it. Moldy milk, rotten milk. Do dogs generally well with beef? Generally, yeah. Generally, but not always. Some dogs need more white meats. It's just like people. Some dogs need other types of meat or a balance. So, yeah. Tracy, you too. Oh, Tracy was here for the roasting. I could do it again. We could do it again, honestly. I think a lot of people would enjoy it, especially the newcomers. Maybe we'll do it again when some of the old people leave for you. Yeah, Callie Means is a total fed. Like, the Maha people are going to be there. Whenever I hear that, I think of like that Amanda Bynes and that All That skit where she go, meh. That's what I think of those people. Yeah, Michaela Peterson's kind of cringe and gross. There's what is it? Yeah, there's a guy there who talks about lipotoxicity when a high-fat diet can become dangerous. That's really cringe. Sally Norton's going to be there. You guys all know how I feel about her. The one who was putting things in. Anyway, I'm talking again. I don't know. Yeah, no, his picture actually isn't so bad as some of the other ones. It's Dave Mack. That's a terrible pic. Dave Mack, Robert Sykes, Two Crazy Ketos. That's the worst picture. That's like the worst picture. Oh man, and we were talking about the green line test. Yeah, but you look at this conference, it's just a bunch of like cringe classes and salt exhibitors and supplement exhibitors. Honestly, all these dudes like Anthony Chaffetty and Sean Becker seem like they're feds or something. Yeah, exactly. I like cats. Yeah, cats are pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of feds there. We're going to have a booth there, by the way. Phoenix is going to put a booth there. He asked me to do it, but I don't know if I can. I mean, we'll see. But we're definitely going to have a booth there. I don't know if I can get down there for the weekend or a day. I can run it for a day. But, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to do the Independence Food Summit in Ohio. I know that. So, that's in June. Well, actually, I may not be able to do it because that's when the conference is going to be. June 17th, 2026 to 2018. So yeah, I guess I can do it. I'll be doing the conference and then I'll be going to the Independence Summit. Because let's see here. Yeah, the conference is June 10th. It's going to be that weekend, June 10th to the 14th. And then, yeah. And then I'll drive back Monday, and I'll drive to, and that'll be a fun June. Be a week and a half of fun. The meat stock is in Tennessee. The Independence Food Summit's in Ohio. Does anyone actually only eat meat? Yeah, there's like a lot of go-to-cells who do that. It is really weird. I don't make cheese or butter. I'm too retarded. Well, no, I shouldn't say I'm too retarded to make cheese, but I'm too retarded to make butter. But honestly, not being able to make butter is even more embarrassing than not making cheese. Because cheese takes a lot of work, but butter, I've tried shaking it. I've tried whipping it. I've tried putting it in a blender. I can't do it, man. It doesn't happen for me. So it's really embarrassing. I can't do it. I buy my butter for $5 a pound at the Amish. Why am I going to make my own butter when I get it for $5 a pound? Lipotoxicity reminds me, when you're on weight loss, these lipotoxins that are stored in the fat, they get mobilized in the blood there for our organs. Is this the problem with raw foods, cheese? So, for the weight loss, that's why it's recommended to drink vegetable juice. Because the celery and the parsley mainly, and even beet. I throw in beet. I'm a big believer in beet juice. It's kind of a game changer for a lot of people, especially my clients who've had problems, specific problems, and I'm like, put some beet juice, celery, parsley and beet juice. You need that in your juice. And they're like, instantly, it makes everything better. So, yeah, the cheese helps, and the vegetable juice, and doing the eggs. The toxins in the fat are already bound. They're not going to be distributed. So when you're losing that weight, when you're shedding that weight, it's coming out of your body and it's already bound. Your body isn't going to reprocess it, in my opinion. Yo, Unc, I'm too retarded to make cheese and butter too. You can make cheese if you wanted to. You're an enterprising young gentleman. You can do it. Dairy is the complicated one to do yourself. Yeah, sometimes. A lot of people have success with it, though. They just have the magic touch, They have the white thumb. I have a green thumb. I'm really good with plants, but I don't have a white thumb. I can't make butter to save my life. Did I put honey in here? I think I did. All right. More eating, less yapping. I started eating an hour ago, and I have 2 bites of food done. I have 2 bites of food in me. Crazy. That explanation helped. Good. That's what I'm here for. I found out my channel is only partially monetized. My videos aren't monetized, but I can get super chats and stuff. Not that anybody sends me super chats. Not that I'm asking for them anyway, but that's why I'm streaming. I'm going to grind out some streams this week. And I have like 7 videos recorded. So I'm not going to release them all at once, but they will piecemeal. I'm going to put my iridology video out this Friday. And yeah, I don't know, man. I look at it and I see like there might be some changes. It'll be pretty interesting to see what other people think. It's like, am I really just that schizophrenic and colorblind, or are things really changing? I don't know. We'll see. Making butter is easy. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm retarded. That's what I'm saying. I know making butter is easy. I'm just retarded. I've tried every way. Multiple times. I just end up ruining the cream and getting it hot. Except when I like shook it, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. So I don't do it. I pay $5. I pay the Amish $5 a pound for my butter. It's better. I have no choice to do it all myself. When I'm up and running, all the primals will have to come to me in Ireland for all their dairy. Oh yeah, you're in Ireland. That's right. Creative Bondage. Yeah, with a cheeky username like that, I'm not surprised. I love the Irish. Every interaction I've had with an Irish person has been great. Just, they're funny, they're warm people, and Ireland is definitely on the list to visit. And if I come to Ireland, I'm going to hit you up for some raw dairy for sure. Yeah, I remember you telling me about the farms and stuff. Yeah, I remember now, yeah. Okay. Dope. Yeah, that'll be cool. Ireland's on the list, man. I'd like to go there. For sure. Beautiful place. I like the vast wilderness of Ireland. It's just so, I don't know, it's just so satisfying to me. I'm Scottish-Irish a little bit, so I guess some of that is like some genetic blood memory taking over. I don't know that I'll feel as home as anywhere else, as in southern Italy, or Italy in general, but toxic superfoods, plants are trying to kill you. Yeah, that's Sally Norton. I roasted her pretty hard. Her whole story was she was vegan and she was really sick, in and out of the hospital, going to doctors. and then she, basically everybody's story, she stopped being vegan and eating animal foods, and then she's blaming plants on all our problems. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure it's because you were going to the doctor and you weren't eating animal foods. It's not because of the plants. It's because you are stupid. So, yeah. She was the one who was putting leaflets in We Want to Live about how vegetable juice is bad for you and to buy her book. And I was going to, if I go to that, which I'm probably not, but I would go to her exhibition and I would call her out on it. And I would say, well, I drink vegetable juice and I'm healthier than I was. So why are they bad? I don't have any symptoms. Tell me how they're bad. I would just argue with her. That's what I would do. I'd go to her panel and argue with her. I'd record it and make her look stupid. That's what I would do. I'd ask her, like, are you really sure you were sick because of the foods, or was it because you were going to the hospital and you were on a bunch of medications and you kept, like, falling and breaking your wrist and your ankle? Are you sure? Are you sure it was because of the plants, or was it because you weren't eating animal foods? Even if you're still eating plants. Like, what's the deal, Sal? Come on. Yeah, I would embarrass her. It'd be really funny. She wouldn't know how to deal with me. She's never had to deal with anybody like me in her life. And I would embarrass her. So has she read Audrey's book and does she eat raw meat? No, she doesn't. She cooks everything. Like everybody else. Like everybody else there, she cooks everything. Except Max Kane. He's the only one there who eats raw meat. So, yeah. But we're going to have a booth there. I don't know who Phoenix is going to send. I think there's a girl who lives in Tennessee there, and she might go. She might be up to it. Raw meat is gross and has salmonella and E. coli. Yeah, you're right, it does. It's so yucky. Look at me drinking milk with my food. I'm only taking micro sips, though, honestly. I don't, I keep it like half a cup, maybe a cup. And liver and white meat are really easy to digest, so. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, guys. All right, 9 viewers, 9 likes. That's pretty dope. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the watch time. Thanks for the interaction. Remember, you guys, this is a kind of a user-generated stream, so keep the comments popping if you want more content. I play off the audience. I do a little improv. That's how I work, so. Yes. Yeah, I guess we'll just leave that open for the rest of the day. If people watch the video, they can get a discount. I'll be nice. That's my Christmas gift. It's my Christmas gift to you, the viewer. Yeah, a lot of people think, oh, when does the majority of acne subside after starting the diet? Hard to say. I can't really say. But like I said, if you do the things that I mentioned, like the clay mask, the baths, the vegetable juice, eating lots of fat, it will go away, and probably it'll get better in a few months. It'll start to get better in a few months. It may not go away, but it's going to get better. For sure. I still get acne on my back. And my lymph area, like behind my ears and on my jaw, I get like some acne there mostly. That's where I get pimples mostly. Sometimes on my face, but not too much anymore, honestly. I do have open pores. I don't know what to do about that. I don't really care. I'm not a looks maxer. I'm not a metro looks maxer, so. We should throw out our own meat stock with epic guests like Frank Tufano and Godus and Eat Raw Meat and Excellent Health and Jack Cruz and Garrett Smith. Yeah. There'd be a lot of friction in that room, that's for sure. Do I invest in stocks and crypto? Not. I have a retirement account. So I guess yes. And I do take crypto donations, although honestly I've never gotten one crypto donation. I do a little bit of crypto trading, yeah. Mostly in the Solana ecosystem. Trenches are really dry right now. It sucks. I have a crypto alt. I don't mix my online life, so I keep them separate. So I'm bag working a meme coin. I'm bag working a low market cap meme coin right now with a team of like 20 other people, and we're trying to run it up. New angle, heck yeah. Are those sardines behind you? No, these are eggs. There's about 21 eggs behind me. 21 dozen eggs behind me. That's my egg table. Yeah. So that's just where I keep my eggs. I don't know. I don't really have any shelf space for them, so I just use that table. It's an end table. I have another end table over here. It's one of those old TV dinner tables, foldable tables. I keep my night milks on those. So I like when I'm watching anime, I need some refreshment. I'll sip from that. So yeah. I think it's probably a pretty decent time to buy Bitcoin. Spiritually, it's pretty low, and people say 2026 it might go up again. Oh, it's back at 87. Yeah, I think the 80s are a pretty decent range. It could have gone as low as 60, but I don't know. It could still drop, to be honest. With the way the market is, the market really sucks. So we'll see. I don't know. Something's gonna happen though. Like something's gonna happen to like energize the market and pump it, and then I think something's gonna happen like catastrophic. I really think World War III might start next year, because we came out today. Iran basically came out today and said they're at war with us and the EU and Israel. So, and then we're backing Israel bombing Iran more, and like there's going to be all these, I've said this before, there's going to be all these celebrations next year for America's birthday, for America's 250, and I just feel like it's a perfect opportunity to stage a false flag attack. That's just how I see it happening. What are the tubes on the ceiling behind you? Those are my meat tubes. Yeah, those are my meat tubes. It's where I get my meat in the mornings. They just dump it down there, and there's a grinder, and then I suck it out of the tubes. It's very yummy. Those are my meat tubes. Am I going to go bald, or will the diet save me? You said detoxes can cause hair loss, so does the diet make you lose hair? The diet doesn't make you lose or gain hair, generally. If you're going to go bald, you're going to go bald. There really is no stopping it, to be honest. You should try to debate Excellent Health about Jack Cruz and food. I think that's just kind of a waste of time. I'd rather box him. I'd rather box people than debate them. One, it's going to be more entertaining, and two, there's a Mog factor there. So he wouldn't do something like that, though. He's not a fighter. He's not a killer. He's not a killer. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that killer instinct in him. Freaky meat holes. You're right. Yeah, it's the best way to start the day. No, I'm kidding. They're lights. They're light fixtures. LED light fixtures. I put a bunch of red lens tape on them, so now they're red. But they still have flicker. So, yeah. It worked pretty well, actually. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how they look on camera. Let's test my LED lights on camera. I feel like they're more red because I put one film of tape on there and it seemed like it got less red over time, so I put another one. I'm going to turn them on real quick. Hold on. Does that look red? I don't know. It looks kind of red to me, but yeah, I put just some red lens tape I bought on Amazon, and I taped it over the lights, so now it's red. It got rid of the blue light. So yeah, I put it on some appliances and stuff too, like my humidifier light and such. So yeah, I don't know. I have these on during the day sometimes, and then I have my incandescent 60 watt, 40 watt red light bulbs and lamps, and then I have my heat lamp over here. So I don't know. Do these look red? Let me know, chat. Do these look red? Let me know. Am I losing touch on reality, or was that really red? They're gold reddish. Nice. Yeah, they look pretty red with the naked eye, like during the day. That's dope. There's got to be someone who would box you. I don't know, man. I'm pretty intimidating, and I have combat experience, so... I mean, I'm sure maybe there's someone is, but it'd have to be interesting. Like, it would have to be somebody in this sphere. Because otherwise, yeah, I'm sure I could go out. I could go out tonight and I could find a fight, but that's, like, who cares? You know, it's got to be... There's got to be a story there. So, I don't know. But fighting kind of sucks. It's a bitch to train for. You train for months and months, and then you have, like... It's like 10 minutes of fighting, if that, and that's it. And you can get hurt. Vegan Gains won't fight anybody. He won't fight anybody. There was a carnivore. He was a black guy. I forget his name, but he was like one of the first black people to do the diet, and he was challenging Vegan Gains. Vegan Gains never did anything. Vegan Gains wouldn't fight anybody. Unk is not tall. Unk is as tall as Augenus was. I'm like 5'7", 5'8", depending on my posture. I'm like right at that line. I'm short. I'm a short king. So yeah. I'm a short king. One of my breeding requirements is to find a woman who's like 5'11", so I can have my sons, so she can birth me many strong sons who are tall. I'd rather not date someone who's my height or smaller. I'd rather date someone who's taller. So that's my plan for my bloodline. I was searching high meat and just find you live. That's awesome. I'm glad that's working. We got high meat in the frame back here. Yeah, right there in the jars. Selfless lineage plan. Yep, pretty much. My unk, another me for real, into tall girls too. Yeah. Everything's just like bigger, you know? It's just more woman to like. I don't know why guys are so self-conscious about dating taller women. It's weird. It must be insecurity. There's got to be a Pete Cell or a Plasmoid who would box you. Or a Gotus Cell. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. You guys got to put out the word, though. You guys got to... I can't do that. It wouldn't look good for me to go around looking for fights. You'd have to say, oh, you should box him. You should box him. Everybody wants to see it. You gotta like make people think that they want to see the fight. You know? But like I said, there's got to be a story there, so I don't know. I think if your kid just does the diet, they'll be tall. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not taking any chances. I'm not taking any chances. And maybe if my kids do the diet, yeah. But what about their kids? Are their kids going to do the diet? I don't know. I don't want short grandkids. Are you kidding me? That's disgusting. Yuck. Short grandkids. Get out of here. So how do I make the best high meat? Fresh, the best quality, fresh meats. Honestly, liver makes the best high meat because it smells the best, it tastes the best, which for rotten meat is not really saying a lot, but it kind of is. Never air it out inside your house, though. Cut it up into 1-inch cubes and then put it in the jar, fill it up halfway, you know, like less than this even. Fill it up less than this even with meat. Air it out every 3 days, and there you go. Wait 4 weeks. There you go. That's it. That's the magic. I have a tutorial on my playlist. You can go watch that if you want. I just show you what I described. It's really easy. It's hard to screw it up. It's hard to screw up making rotten meat, honestly. So, yeah. I need to put my lid on so I don't spill my milk. I'm thinking about opening up a daycare, you guys. What do you think about that? I'm thinking about opening up some daycares, a chain of daycares. I hear there's good money in daycares. No, don't keep it in the fridge. If you have a basement, keep it in the basement, or keep it somewhere where it's between 48 to 60 degrees. 50 to 60 degrees is the best temperature for fermenting. If you put it in the fridge, it's going to take months to turn into high meat. It's going to take months. So I think it tastes better fermenting at the temperature of 50 to 60 degrees. The temperature it ferments makes a difference in the taste. So, yeah. Oh, guys, look. I'll show you. I got my Revive 3. Behind the Throne is going to like this. I got the R3, guys. Look at it. Look at that. I like it because it's more durable. Although it has a noticeable plastic smell, even though I've rinsed it off with hot water. That's kind of gross. But, yeah. The walls are shorter, so they don't brush against my gums so much. So I'm feeling really confident about this one. Actually, I'm going to let this air out because that was pretty strong. Pretty strong plastic smell. It still smells like China. High meat is hard to eat, in my opinion. High meat is so hard to eat. Oh, not really. Would I marry Jas, the physicist? That's a really funny joke. Yeah, that's hilarious. Can I eat it even after a couple of years? Yeah, you can eat it after a couple of years. Will it be better then? Maybe. What's a Mayo brace? What do you mean a myobrace is better? It's the same thing. It's just a different name. The myobrace is a medical device, so it has to go through more testing and studies and everything. Yeah, this is exactly like a myobrace. So it's just not marketed as one. It's marketed as a night guard. The FDA has different classes of products, and depending on the class, it affects the price. So it's cheaper to sell a mouth guard, a night guard, than it is to sell a myobrace. Would bro be willing to try the century egg? Absolutely not. I hate rotten eggs. It make me throw up. Do I have a hunting license? No, I have a fishing license, though, for work. No, you're right. I typed that before you showed it. The Revive 1 is the one that's not as good. Yeah, this is my Revive 1. It's, I had to trim it down. You see I trimmed it down because it got too much in my gums. It's coming apart because of apparently I grind my teeth at night. I didn't know that, but yeah. I missed it. I wanted to see what he commented and read it. He redacted it, so he probably got embarrassed. I like to read people's comments before they can delete them, unless they're getting auto-deleted, which isn't as funny if I see it and talk about it, but if they were trying to hide something, they're like, oh, I shouldn't do that. That's funny. The Revive 1, I don't think it's one size. I think they have two sizes. I'm pretty sure the R1 has two sizes. They have two sizes. Because I measured my mouth to get the right size. I have a small mouth. It's unfortunate. Gosh darn it, no new emails. I'm waiting on emails. I'm going to go to the conservatory tomorrow, I think. Because it's very cold, and I want to go get some fresh air inside the conservatory. My palette width, oh, it's terrible. It's like, oh, it's small, man. It's like an inch. That's my palette width. Between my fingers, between my fingers is my palette width. That's like, what, an inch? Yeah, this is basically my palette width. So you can see, this is a smartphone. It's a Samsung S22 Ultra. That's how big my palette is. That's small mouth. I had braces though, and my wisdom teeth taken out. How good is beef chuck shoulder roast from the store, fresh, never frozen, if I scrape it? It's fine. Actually, if it's from the supermarket, it's going to be terrible. Chuck roast is one of those meats where the meat has to be good. If it's not good quality meat, it's going to taste bad. So I think chuck roast from the supermarket is disgusting. I get sirloin. But if that's all you can do, cut it off. Like, cut off a 1/4 inch, 1/8 of an inch or so, 1/6 of an inch of meat from that roast, and that you should be good. But yeah, have some sauces. I'm not a fan of chuck roast. I don't really like it that much anyway. But if it's from good meat, it's not bad. When you smile, it looks fine. Yeah, no, I mean, I have a decent smile, but I have a big overbite. My teeth should be back more on top of my cuspids, or whatever they're called, incisors. They when I put my teeth on top of each other like I should bite, my molars bend in. My molars bend in, so the bite comes down at an angle like this. No, like this. And the insides of my molars are not touching, but the outsides almost are. So it's like constricting. It's like the brace is constricted in my mouth. It sucks. I don't know if, I mean, I guess I got to be positive that'll fix it, but we'll see. Time will tell. Hey, not all pee-pee times are poo-poo times, but all poo-poo times are pee-pee times. Word up, brother. That one gets pinned. The people need to see that. The pee-pee poo-poo people need to see that message. You're still kind of a Chad, though. I can tell you have Chad vibes, so don't get down on yourself. And you're eating this way now, so you have a ton of potential. But yeah, braces really suck. 5 years, wow. I only had a year and a half. I only had like a year in braces, so it could have been a lot worse. Instinctively, I knew I don't want that stuff in my mouth that long. The earlier the better, yep, and that's what the orthodontist said. Yeah, the earlier the better, start them off earlier the better. Pay for my new boat. Yep, that's how they do it. Unc, what vibes do I have? You're a go-getter. You're a go-getter, and yeah, you're just a good kid. I don't know what you look like. I know what Kevin Johnson looks like. He's a client of mine. He's a client. We've had face-to-face conversations. So I know what he looks like. I don't know what you look like, but you're a good kid. You're a good egg. You're one of my top subscribers. You're top 5 subscribers for sure. Wow, 3 concurrent viewers? That seems a little low. 5? It's never accurate on here, but 10 likes. That's pretty great. How many 47 views. That's not too bad. Hour and a half? Okay. Oh yeah, I mean, things considered, it's a miracle I look the way I do. Ortho and junk food and all the fine looks, yeah. Yep. It's those, I don't know, you could call them genetics, but I don't even know if genes are real, so who knows. Yep. Goodness gracious, is my phone charging? We're gonna pop into season 2 of Iron Blooded Orphans, and yeah, 9 o'clock. Okay, finally caught up on One Piece. Man, that's so cool. I love One Piece, and yeah, productive day today. Gonna film some more videos tomorrow. Get them in the chamber. We're also going to get, we got to do some thumbnails. Which, did I start? I think I started to make thumbnails and I stopped. Yeah, I did. What do I need to do? Thumbnail ammo time. Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe viewers will drop off. Yeah, 2 concurrent viewers, 3 concurrent viewers. You guys, Philip Randall. I think that's the guy. I'll be good once my skin looks clear. I'm not a fat chud. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, actually, you are going to kind of become a fat chud. You're going to become a fat primal chud. Because that's the goal of the primal diet, is to become a fat primal. Is to become fat. So, sorry to burst your bubble, but yeah. If you're going to do the diet, you need to gain weight. That's all there is to it. So... Forgive my cough. Rahani? I'm looking up images for my Randall cycle video. So yeah, like I said, guys, this is a chat inspired stream. So you know, it helps to interact, because that's how I feed, that's how I give content. Questions, answers, comments, concerns. Microwave, I noticed bone marrow topical and urine mask really help my acne if you haven't tried those, and more baths. Yep, bone marrow is the best thing for healing the skin, honestly. And yeah, the urine really helps with acne, as I've said. So yeah, and the baths too, of course. The clay mask is really good too. I like to do the clay mask when I have time. No, let's see. I'm going to do this and cancel save as. There we go. I asked one of my friends what they do on a typical day. They're locked in, and they said protein shake, cashews, sandwiches, and a hamburger. Honestly, that's not too bad, but cashews are the worst nut you can eat. Protein shakes are full of stuff you can't use. Sandwiches, if they're good ingredients and not lunch meat, that's fine. Hamburgers, fine. Nothing wrong with a good cheeseburger. Oh, I have that one. I need the milk. I need the milk. I have the fruit. I need the milk. Ice cream in the bath lets me stay in 2 times longer, I swear. Yeah, I told you, man. Like, that's what I've been saying. The ice cream in the bath is the best. It's the most refreshing. It's so tasty. I love it. What kind of ice cream maker do you have? I need to get an ice cream maker, honestly. If I got an ice cream maker, that would be dope. I should really do that. You want to get the clay wet first, and then you put it on your face. He thinks the primal diet will make him lose weight. Will make him lose his gains, and that he needs fully cooked chicken breasts. Oh, that's funny. The bottom right of my eye has a tint of fluid coming in. What does that mean? It means I don't know how a big boy ninja. Okay, I'll look into that. I don't know how, I mean, are you sure you have a camera that's good enough to see that? Because I don't. I mean, if you have an iPhone, maybe. Oh, yes, here we go. Oh, yeah, no, we want to, okay. Okay. File, open. Or no, I think I'm going to open them as layers. And this one. Yeah, we'll put ogenous in there too, why not? I can see the blue with my own eyes. Not bright light, blue light, but it's got that blue. Interesting. My girlfriend has the newest iPhone, or the newest, and it took really good pics. Better than with this phone lens attachment. Yeah, I believe it. iPhone 17 Pro Max. Let's see here. We are gonna pop open the window capture. Where is it? You guys get to see me in action, okay? And we're gonna move the chat box so I can read what you people are saying to me. And then we're gonna go back here. Okie dokie. Can I merge layer? Ah, shnikes. Oh, I see. Can I delete that layer? Because that's another layer. Yeah, killer. Okay. I'm going to put him here. We're going to move this up here. And move this guy down here. Mr. Randall. Let's do the eraser actually. Why isn't that working? Do I need to put the honey? That's it, frustrating. Alright, so we'll just cut it out here. Okay. Control X. Okay. And then yeah. That one. Get rid of this. Huzzah. And we need to transform. What the heck is that? Oh no. We're just moving. Okay, now, Mr. What's your name? Go down here. We need the butter. Transform. But now you have to upgrade to get the iPhone 11 because Flickr. Yeah. The upgrading, they don't make it easy, you know. Why can't I transform? Can't move it. I can't transform it. Why? Oh my god, this is so stupid. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're deleting the layers. And we're just opening the images because it's easier to do that. And fruit. Old iPad with no figure feels way less stim. Yeah, old iPads for the win. I gained 5.5 pounds in 5 days. That's good, yeah. You are healthy. How much weight should I go up before I break down the cycle detox? It really just depends how much you want to do. If you want to do baths, gain another 10 pounds, maybe even more. I don't know your height. I don't know your body weight. Snuggums Boogums, hello, I'm glad to see you survived another night. Thoughts and prayers to Snuggums Boogums, everyone. He's going through a very serious thing. So, yeah. Shouts out Snuggums Boogums. You're in my thoughts and prayers. So, Sir Philip J. Randall, eh? He's a British man. British man crowned sired by the Queen herself, Queen Elizabeth. Just make a layer, put you down here. I'm going to pop a Randall, and we're going to do Ogenus. Where's Ogenus? Got to open Ogenus. Here we go. Excuse me, forgive my cough. I'm 16, 5'10", 151. Ooh, wow. Yeah, you're underweight. You need to gain 20 pounds. I'm 5'8", 5'7", and I weigh 175. So you need to gain 20 pounds. I survived a mental breakdown from that person today. Damn. I'm so sorry, man. That's a bummer. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you're here. Strong. You're strong. You got to be strong. You got this. Do. I am making my Randall cycle video. Why did you do that? There we go. I don't know why it was acting funny. It was acting up. It was acting a fool. Alright. Fruits. Do. Oh, shoot. What is this? What is this transform layer? This is... I want to delete that. There we go. I'll delete that. That's really frustrating. Okay, well, you can just go behind him. And we're going to move you down here all the way. Fruit, and I hope this isn't a bitch to do. I'm underweight. I even have a good amount of muscle on top of that. I have slightly visible abs, nothing crazy. Yeah, you are underweight. What you think might be a good amount of muscle may not be a good amount of muscle, because you're just underweight, so it looks like you have muscle. You understand? I think I'm the strongest human alive for sign. 7 years? Whoa, my boy, what are you... What am I doing right now? I'm making thumbnails. It's important because this is about me. This is about my channel. Palestine, wow, that's... Thoughts and prayers to you, bud. That's tough over there. Nope. Want to move. Make it smaller and then move it. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Are you kidding me? Okay, transform. What the Sigma? Alright, this is, I've got to stop this. This is not working like it should. Unfortunately. Tried to kill two birds, one stone. This card changes. Don't save it. It's a mess. I have to. It's the template. I have a problem with the template. Oh well. Canada. Canada, huh? Saudi Arabia. Wait, you have this problem and you live in Saudi Arabia? I thought men have like domain over there. Is this your wife or your girlfriend? It's the cancer control video. The cancer control talk with the blue background. I don't have a copy. It might be on my BitChute page. You can check my link tree. How's the meat store though? I thought you live in the... Oh, okay. Oh, you don't live there. Oh, okay, that's good. Wife? Oh. Man. You said it was your girlfriend. Your wife. Oh, gosh, goodness. I don't know what to do. I just would assume in a place like Saudi Arabia, as a man, you kind of be able to do whatever you want. And your woman might not have that much say in it. So, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised you're in that situation over there. But I guess it can happen anywhere. But, lean on your social support system and, just... Yeah, I don't know. The best place to contact you because I do thumbnail design. Instagram? Are you saying my thumbnails aren't good? I like my thumbnails. I think my thumbnails are great. It's pretty modern right now. Oof. Should I just scrape the oxidized parts of the meat off? If you want, you don't have to. You can eat it. I'm talking about scraping off where there's chemicals on it, possibly. Like the surfaces it touches and such, where it gets sprayed. That's what I'm talking about scraping, not oxidized stuff. Alright, I need to eat. What's it, 9 o'clock now? Oh, it's 9:30. Oh my god. An hour ago. I just complained about Heidi wasn't eating. I'm still not even done. Alright. I gotta lock in to eat, guys. Excuse me. Chosen by a black cat. Damn. That sounds like it. Oh, thank you. I don't really have any... I'm not looking to pay people to design thumbnails for me. I also might have a hard time communicating my vision. So like I have the vision and I put it on the page. you know. I'll think about it someday, you know. I'm going to get this baby monetized and maybe we'll do that. Just DM me on Instagram so I have your information. If I can't eat a teaspoon of raw unshelled cheese every 15 minutes, should I eat a tablespoon every hour? Yeah. Just eat whatever you can when you can. You don't have to do it every 15 minutes. That's a special case for people who have really messed up problems. Okay, you understand? If you're eating that much cheese, it may prevent you from eating meat and more fat. So you need to eat the meat and the fat to heal. So the cheese trains are like a very specific thing for people. You understand? Awesome. Thanks, Muhammad. I have the soft cheese from Healthfully No, ran at full fat. Does it still pull out toxins? Not as much. You can dry that out, though, if you want. Dude, I just saw my V records, and it's bad. I also watched Audrina's thoughts on V's. Yeah. Yeah, usually when you immigrate to other countries, or you're in the countries like Canada, it's pretty bad. What if I was born without toxins and everything? What should I consume mainly? Just raw meats and fats, honestly. Just raw meats and fats. It's crazy. There's a lot of Arabs on this channel and in my chat. Last night, someone was kind of provoking me, and I kind of feel bad. I'm not trying to insult. It's just as someone who's a Catholic, a Christian. People. This argument stuff about, I mean, look, and I don't really want to make this a religion stream again, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like for me, Catholicism is the truth. And, of course, there are other religions. And those people are led astray. I hope that someday they can reach heaven. And they don't have to live, in a state of disrepair. But, I mean, and it's more so just that, Islam's a very strong religion. And because in the West Christianity is weak, God is punishing Christianity with Islam. It's kind of moving in. And that's, in my opinion, and many others, not good. I don't have a problem with Islam. But there's already countries where there's Islam and people can live in that society and integrate that religion into their lives. But moving to a new society where that is not the case and then imposing it on people, I understand maybe you just want to share it, but at the same time it's no thanks. So, but yeah, I'm surprised there's a lot of interest in the Arab world in this diet, because I think those countries have a little better food system. A lot of the Arabs where I live, they opened up their own meat processing place, halal meat processing place. They all get raw milk. They know the Amish. So, I don't really see them at the supermarkets generally. It's interesting. What if I was born with, is there ever a detox point? 40 years is good, but it's not like everything will be gone, generally, for most people. Is raw butter better than plain beef fat? Yeah, you can supplement. You can do that. You can eat the lean meat and supplement with raw butter. Animal fat is actually more utilized. It's more utilized. Yeah, honestly, the most shocking thing for me, Snuggums Bogums, is how you have this situation in a country like Saudi Arabia. Even though it's more modernized, it's just crazy to me. Ogenus, he was probably raised Christian. I don't know what sect, but he was probably raised Christian. How different can life be considering we can't even get rid of toxins? Yeah, well, you'll find out. When you age, it's more noticeable. When you age, it's more noticeable. Many of Ogenus's clients were sick and old, and they came to him. Not many of them were younger. A lot of the people on the coaching website, they were younger. They were in their 30s or their 20s. And they found Ogenus, and they've been on the diet. And the results speak for themselves. The people, they look good. They feel good. They're successful. They're nice people. They're very balanced, very chill. And they don't have health problems. They don't have chronic health problems. So you look around at your family, and they have chronic health problems. That's what it's going to be like for you if you don't do this diet. You're going to have these same chronic health problems. Every time I drink raw milk, I sipped it. It makes me need to poop. However, my poop is always perfectly normal. What does that mean? Sip it more. Don't chug it. And yeah, I don't know. Just detox, I guess. Maybe your system's working that way. I don't know. Try fermenting your milk. Eugene knows better. Hello. What's up? Are you going to behave and chat today? I'm going to have to put you in timeout. I don't want to do that. I don't like to do that. But I'll do it if I need to. It'll happen. I'm talking us versus people who would have lived in a perfect environment with nothing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, you can't compare it to that. That's not even a fair comparison. You can't even make that comparison. I mean, if you're sipping milk, you shouldn't be having that sort of reaction. You shouldn't be having a lot of poop. That's weird. But, I mean, honestly, some people don't do good with dairy. After about 2 weeks, my dairy was, my bowels are fine. It's liver. I've got liver and chicken thighs and butter and some milk. I don't really season my meat, really. On this... I mean, I shouldn't say I do kind of season my meat. I have hot honey on this meat. It's honey. I let it steep in cayenne peppers with some onions. It's very tasty. The peak spiciness was about a month and a half ago. Oh, the need to use the bathroom afterwards. Yeah, I mean, it can be normal for the first few weeks, but it should kind of go away, honestly. Yeah. So yeah, I do sauces. I don't do seasonings, but I do sauces. I don't use I'll use black pepper sometimes, but not much else. Lemon maybe on white meat, the hot honey or plain honey, and the sauces, like I said. So 3.5 weeks. It should have. You should have adjusted by now. I don't know. That's weird. If it's not agreeing with you, then don't drink it, you know? I mean, yeah. I don't know what else to say, man. It's weird. I mean, like I said, I can only tell you so much. I don't have your health history. I know what you look like. You're just comments. I can only tell you so much. And that only gets you so far in terms of what seems like I'm not going to speculate on what seems because I don't know. It's hard to compare feeling to other people, so I don't know how to stand relative to my peers, but the diet definitely made me feel better than I used to be. Yeah, exactly. I'm low-key the Tarzan story. There you go. What do you think about high meat diet instead of fresh? That's the Tarzan story. It depends. Hello, I have a question. I have been eating eggs, meat, honey, oysters, and fish. Whenever I go to the bathroom, there's always a little bit of blood on my stool. What could that be? So the blood, is it red or black? That's the first question. Is it red or black in your stool? This is important. Do you have black? If it's black in your stool means generally you have bleeding, but from your stomach. If it's red, that means it's past your stomach. It's red. Okay, so that's like your small intestines or your rectum. It's just a detox. If there's no pain, I wouldn't worry about it. Can you look less fat over time on the diet? Yes, everything kind of distributes. The Tarzan story, yeah, it is. I'm not going to relay the Tarzan story. Go look it up. It's in all the Q&As online. Being fattier makes me feel better, but being fitter makes me feel worse. Yep, exactly. It's red. Okay, yeah. Derek be like, it's red. Whole lot of red. Whole lot of red. Yeah, don't worry about it. If there's no pain, don't worry about it. It'll go away. need to eat. I need to lock in and eat more. 20 minutes. This is pathetic. I've always got something to do, something going on. I do it for the love of the game, though. Let's see here. Where can I look it up? Augenus.net. You can just look up Augenus Q&As on YouTube. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It was actually 3 fine huzz. He got 3 fine huzz. Yeah. Crazy. 3 viewers, 11 likes. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness gracious. You think somewhere like 17 to 20 range I could be lean and not have health problems after being fat for a bit? I don't know. It depends. Yes. They all know about it. Yeah, that's the thing. He's got so much Riz. He can do that. Some women don't mind sharing. It's their nature in some cases. Um, yeah. Uh, I guess in some ways. Well, who knows? They might all be together. You know what I mean? I don't know the ins and outs of that story. I'm not claiming to. If you can have the Riz, yeah. Yeah. I think your religion already allows for that. So, I would be more focused on feeding her high meat, lots of high meat. It sounds like she needs that. Theories on Aujana's death. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's dead. We all made high meat thinking it would get us some huzz just to realize we're fat fucking chuz. Yeah, that's a bar for real. That's a bar. It's also true. It's also true. Yeah. I'm trying to get above 200 pounds this weight cycle. This is the super cycle, the super weight cycle this winter. I'm gonna load up on hella cream, and yeah, it's gonna be tasty. You get the ice cream maker. Actually, let me check on Craigslist for a used ice cream maker. Are they on offer up too? Do I even have that app on here anymore? Yeah. $80. Ninja Cream, that's kind of expensive. Oh my gosh, this is oh, this is cancer. I'll look at that later. It's frustrating. I think I'll do high meat diet then. Yes, it's not so much you that needs to do a high meat diet, but your wife really needs it. Honestly, your wife needs to do that. You just eat it. It's just whenever you eat meat, just eat the rotten meat. That's literally it. You just eat a pound of rotten meat a day. Do you think that YN that AB talked about really ate 2 pounds of high meat a day? That's so much. Yeah, he probably did. He sounded crazy. So, you know, crazy people do crazy things. Remember that. Remember that one. Ugh. I need to finish up. Do I want to read? I might read some Jujutsu Kaisen before I go to bed, actually. And then watch anime and go to bed. I just have oh man, I still have so much meat to eat. I still have like a quarter pound of meat to eat at least. We're taking off the toe spaces now. Man, when I broke my toes, I really feel it. Oof, that was bad. I went to kick somebody, and they stepped back. It was a mid-level kick, and they stepped back, and it hit their elbow, and my toes got messed up. How long should I wait to eat beef after milk? 16 ounces. You can drink a half a cup, you know, with your meat meals, like towards the end, but 30 minutes. Wait 30 minutes. Why do you give off psychopath vibes? You sound so kind and polite. I've got that dog in me. Got that dog in me, I guess. Very intense. I've been told. My aura. It's intense. So, yeah, yeah, I'm not a big on manipulating people and stuff though. I don't really like to do that. Psychopath vibes. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Psychopath vibes. That's funny. I wouldn't say I'm kind, but I'd say I'm polite. I'm fair. I'm not afraid to be an asshole. I'm not afraid to stick up for myself. I'm not afraid to confront things. So, But I do try to be polite and have good manners. Yes, please, thank you. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That kind of thing. Being respectful, trying to be respectful and listen to people and, ask about them. Take an interest in what they're saying and listen. You talk like Ted Bundy. He's so polite too. I feel like I don't belong in this chat room, RJ. Yeah. You talk like Ted Bundy? What's more concerning that you think I talk like Ted Bundy is you listen to enough Ted Bundy footage to know how he talks. That's a little more concerning. That's psychopath vibes. I don't even know what Ted Bundy sounds like, man. I don't even know what serial killers sound like. And I had a phase where I used to read a lot about serial killers. One time I came home from, just being in lad, like high school. Kids, we'd go to the theater, we'd go see a movie, and then we'd walk around the plaza, the retail center. We'd always end up at Barnes & Noble, and we would do high school boy things like we would move religious books to the romance novel section and the erotic novel section, and we would move erotic, homosexual erotic novels to the religious section. And whenever we would walk into Barnes & Noble, we called them the Sharks. The Sharks were the Barnes & Noble employees because they would always circle us in the aisles because we were up to no good. But no, I would buy manga and other books too sometimes. One time I bought a book called I bought Nietzsche's The Antichrist, which is really just a lot of rambling. It's not very interesting, very hard to follow, and a book on serial killers. And I came home the next day, and my mom was like, "Oh, you bought some books. What'd you buy?" And she saw I bought this book called The Antichrist and a book on serial killers. And my mom literally just started crying right there. I didn't know what to say, and I was like, okay. And I just left. It was pretty funny in retrospect. But yeah, no, I read that book a couple times. I thought about doing, being a detective, at one point, being law enforcement. But I never followed through with that, obviously. I wanted to be an Air Force pilot when I was a kid, but I was colorblind, so that wasn't going to happen. My parents obviously didn't encourage that because I was colorblind, so bless their hearts. But yeah, that's a funny little story. My mom's fine. I talk to my mom once a week. I give her a call. I talk to her. I see her. I'd say we get along. She thinks my diet's weird, but she knows I'm getting healthier. She can tell, so she's not against it. What's up, Desmond? Do you guys think I talk like Ted Bundy? This guy's saying I talk like Ted Bundy. Or what? I don't know. Maybe you just think all white people sound like Ted Bundy. I'm going to have to go look at how Ted Bundy talks now, because you got me kind of paranoid. You got me paranoid like I have some great evil in me or something. It's interesting enough, though, Ted Bundy, I think it was before he died, he was executed, he was interviewed, and he said, I do remember this, though, he did say that, someone's the interviewer's like, well, you seem like a pretty, put together guy, you're intelligent, you seem pretty normal, what happened, and, what's the thing? And he's like, well, the issue's pornography. And he said that everybody he met in prison who was in for very heinous crimes and doing bad things, it was because they were consuming pornography. And I think he attributed that to his crimes as well, to some extent. So I think that was a pretty interesting insight that he gave, because you look around. I mean, they only solve 50% of all murders. And it's you don't really hear about that kind of stuff. I mean, the kind of violence is different in different places, different demographics, but yeah, this is interesting. Bro was rotting a carcass in his shed. Yep, in jars. I just thought with the Tarzan story, it's bro, How the rotten meat, cause it stinks. Yeah, he had a shed. He had a tool shed because he was a landscaper. I did not heal my color blindness, no. I still have trouble with purples and blues and reds and greens. Oranges and some other color, I forget. Yeah. So, it is what it is. It doesn't really affect me that much. And I shouldn't say that I'm like color blind totally, in that I can't tell exactly reds from greens. I have a bearing on reds and greens. It's when there's certain shades. It's when like a red and a green are close to each other, or they're not like full red or full green, you know what I mean? They're like in those in-between colors. Like those, I can't really tell the difference. I don't know if it's reversible. Honestly, not a concern, because I have bigger things to worry about in my life than if I can see gradient shades of 4 different colors. You know, I'm not going to fly a plane. I don't really want to fly a plane. So that's basically the only thing you need to not be colorblind. So, you know, not a big deal for me. I don't really. Not really. And they use leaded fuel. Can I get more signs? They're not obvious at all anymore. I can't keep up with what's going on, let alone what somebody else thinks about what's going on. More signs. I'll think about it. I don't seem to remember anything. Isn't that all? Does it matter if the high meat is like extremely old? No. No, if you air it out, the bacteria won't die. What happens is the bacteria will decompose most of the flesh, and it will kind of go flat. It won't die, but it'll be flat. That's the best way I can describe it. So, you know, if you ferment a pound, which is what a quart jar fits halfway, a pound of meat, that's 1 day. So you're not gonna have high meat that's gonna be sitting for more than a few years if you're eating it all the time. Honestly, I have some. It's on the shelf behind me in those jars. To the left, yeah. My left, you're right. And that stuff's like 3 years old. I'm not going to eat it. I'm probably going to feed it to some animals or something. I don't want to waste it, but I'm not going to eat it. Will it forever live if I air it? Yeah, pretty much. People think I'm some type of detective. True detective. Yeah. Did you ever see Chinatown? I love that movie. It's a good detective movie. Forget it, Jack. It's Chinatown. It's like one of the best endings in all of cinema. Every 3 days. If you want to learn about high meat, watch my videos. I have 3 videos on high meat. All you need to know. How long does it take to die if you don't air it? It doesn't die if you don't air it. It just stays in its stasis. Once you start airing it again, it will start up again. It goes flat because it gets old. Because the bacteria are feeding on the meat, right? So the bacteria are feeding on the meat as long as there's meat there. If there's no meat there, there's nothing for them to feed on, it falls flat. August. What a month. I'm waiting for August. I'm burning for August. I wonder how long the meat will be completely eaten by then. I don't know. Why don't you do it and see? Most of the meat in my jars behind me is eaten. It's mostly goop. It's mostly goop now. That's what happens. It turns into soup. It turns into goop soup. What type of food on the primal diet do you think is the most appropriate to bring to school without any weird looks? You could sushi. You can pate meat and put sauce in it. Make a sauce like ketchup sauce and eat that, and just say it's like some leftover casserole or something. You just lie. Just lie and be creative about what your food is. People aren't going to know. They're stupid. You don't need to bring a whole raw steak and eat it. Just pate your meats, put some sauce on it, put it in a jar, and then eat out of the jar. You only need to eat a cup of meat for lunch. That's all you need. You don't need to bring a lot of food, you know. Bring some of that meat and a milk and some milk to drink. That's all you need to get you through the day. Bring your vegetable juice to drink. Bring some cheesecake. Bring some cheese to snack on. You know? Bring high meat to school. So if I didn't air it for a year, it's fine. Yeah, it's still going to work. Yeah, you'll have to air it, though. I try it out. Everybody's different. It depends on what your body needs. I can't tell you what it's going to do for you exactly. That needs to be reiterated 100,000 times. I just feel like yelling STFU to nothing. I get that. You have to air it because the bacteria feed on the air and the meat. Without fresh air, the bacteria don't propagate. How much milk at one meal does it take to actually interfere with digestion? More than half a cup. If you pate your meats, you can probably drink more milk. It could be you may not even be affected at all. So, half a cup is a pretty safe number. If you pate your meats, it doesn't really matter. So, like I said, if you're going for incognito, pate your meats. It's very easy to just say it's slop. You can just tell your friends it's some sort of slop. Say, yeah, it's refried beans with sauce. Propagate. To make. I'm trying to get a girlfriend right now, and last girl I was with saw me eating raw hard and other raw meats and blocked me. Yeah, so what, dude? If you're gonna act in such a way to appease women, just log off. You're not gonna make it. You be a man is to be a man is to do what a man wants, not because of woman approval or whatever. That's a womanly behavior, because women appeal and defer to the herd and to the crowd. That's not something men should do. That's what normies and lemmings do in general, and that's how the woman brain works. They adhere and they coalesce to the herd. They have a more of a groupthink thing going on. So you shouldn't worry about trying to do stuff to appease other people in general. You know what's right, you know what's healthy, so do it, and the right people will come along the way. Anaerobic bacteria are just bacteria that survive without air. Aerobic bacteria need air. That's the difference. They're not good or bad. Better sooner than later. Women don't ever have your best interest in mind. Big if true. Kind of want to get very healthy looking so that when I tell them eat raw meat, they don't look twice and look up to me. Okay. Is plants good for bedroom? Yes. Peace lilies, snake plants, spider plants, trees, palm trees. I need some ideas to work off of. Let's elaborate on that. Yeah, like I said, snake plants, spider plants, ficus trees, palm trees, peace lilies, philodendrons. Those are the big ones. Those are the main ones to get. Any plants is gonna have good thing. The metal detectors are not the same as the airport. The metal detectors are the same everywhere, but body cameras are different. The body cameras use microwave radiation to produce an image. That's different. Metal detectors at your school, that's rough, bro. You must live in a pretty diverse, go to a pretty diverse school. I want to hear the most red pill, black pill, red pill to get me fired up, integrating my endless sorrow. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to save you. You have to save yourself. Are you gonna wait? Or will you actually do something before you become chained? Before you become chained and beaten, shot in the head and thrown in a ditch. What are you gonna do? Is it possible to fix myopia? Yeah. You have to do eye exercises. We have articles on this on primaldietcoaching.com. Eye health, vision health, whatever it's called. You have to look around. But yeah, we have a lot of resources on that, how to fix your vision. And just eating beef and butter for the eyes is very helpful. Putting egg whites in your eyes is very helpful. You do all those things, it should help. So, it's a muscle issue. The muscles attune the ocular nerves to create and make your vision. In public, I see different kinds of people in relationships and marriages with kids and homes. Yes, I do too. Does eating eyes actually help? It'll help to a point, but eating eyes is actually really disgusting. It's terrible. That's too funny. 3 viewers, 13 likes. Wow, guys, what a show, what a show. I have such envy and jealousy for people, and yet at the same time they forget about me, they harass me. Yeah. You can't have envy and jealousy of people, man. Life sucks. Good night, Microwave Capri Sun. Life sucks. You know, no matter what, where you are, no matter how much money you have, no matter what, life is always a baseline. There's a baseline level of life that is suck for everybody. It's a struggle. So don't forget that. Grass is always greener. RJ, you know what you have to do? What does he got to do, Bill? Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for joining. Another 3-hour stream. Wow, I need to eat my frickin' food, dude. Is it 10:30? Shit. Invite them for ice cream. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, ice cream dates are really good. Ice cream dates are great. Just go up to a girl and be like, hey, you want to get some ice cream? She'll be like, sure, that sounds really yummy. Let's get some ice cream. Yeah. I was going to say, you know what? I know exactly what to do. And that is to crank up the volume to the max. If you know, you know. Let's get this party started. Hell yeah. Crank it up to 11. Yeah, you know, it's funny. I talked about it last night on stream. Spinal Tap, the new Spinal Tap. Really mid. It wasn't terrible that I turned it off, but it just wasn't funny. It just didn't make me laugh. Didn't make me laugh. Isn't that a Nine Inch Nails song? The only way out is through. Should I finish your girl's voice singing? I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like a girl's voice when you made it. I don't know if that's... I don't know what you mean by that. That's funny. He's talking to me. RJ, don't worry about it. Bill's quite an artist. Yeah, that is a Nine Inch Nails song, right? Yeah. Oh, The Way Out is through. What album is that from? Oh, Quiet. Oh, yeah. Fragile, yeah. I thought so. It's one of my albums I got, The Fragile. Crazy chord potential. A lot of crazy chord potential. I don't know about that, man. Actually, this kind of makes me want to look. For albums. Oh, is that? No, that's nothing. I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm looking for. Did I really buy that? It's not that good. Yeah, that was not a good album. Down? Which one was this? Oh yeah, that one. Hold on. I'll be right back. I need to check something that's bothering me. It's gonna bother me. Let it air dry overnight. Yeah, this was bothering me. When I looked at that album, The Fragile, I have it, both CDs. We got the booklet in here. Yeah. I've listened to this a lot. It's a good album, but I just wanted to make sure I had it. Because I was going through all my records, and I realized that I had the In Rainbows case, but the CD's missing. I have no idea what happened to it. It's a bummer, because I love it, but oh well. Okay. 10:45. Ah, Jesus Christ. I still have a little bit of food to eat too. I hate that. I told myself 3 hours ago, I'm gonna chow down. I'm gonna eat my food. I'm not gonna take 3 hours to eat my food tonight. Look at the time. This is ridiculous. Mute. Airplane mode, awesome. Okay, awesome. White pepper. Yeah, white pepper is really good. I don't have any Ween records, actually. I do like Ween a lot, but I don't have any Ween records. That's a band I should get some records of. I had a lot of friends who were older than me. They were really into Ween. I couldn't really appreciate them too much at the time, but now I really like Ween. I like listening to them. I need to get some Ween records. If I see wean records for like $5, I'll buy one. She's a stranger. An ether portal. Either the neither or the end, I don't know yet. I'm jumping into the end portal, guys. Oh, okay. Have fun. 2 viewers. I think it's just you and RJ and Bill. That's okay. I still get that watch time with 2 people. You guys stay on for 10 minutes, that's 20 minutes of watch time. I've found out that my videos aren't monetized yet. I have to get like 500 more hours. But I'm gonna blow through that because I got 7 good videos, 7 banger videos to drop. Randall cycle, my iris pictures, which maybe the iris pictures will actually get a lot of watch time and go viral because if there's changes, people are gonna see it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just schizophrenic and colorblind and I don't know what I'm looking at and I'm crazy, but if other people see it, then that's real, you know? What else? Equipment for the diets and sleep video. I did a Revive review, interestingly enough, because I got my R3 today. So I'll be doing another video on that. I gotta make like 7 thumbnails and record 1 or 2 more videos maybe. And then I'll publish a video. I'll publish my iridology video, my iris video later this week, probably Friday. And yeah, you know, and then I'll do probably a video once a week, maybe twice a week depending. So I've just got some free time because of the holidays, you know. So there's really not a lot going on, you know, between now and New Year's. There's kind of like an unsung break. So 13 likes, that's pretty good. How many views did we get tonight? Let's check out the views, mate. 94 views, that's pretty good. I do about 100 views on the stream. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. What's up with you guys? What's up with the chat? What's going on? What's popping? Thinking about setting up a daycare center, you guys. I hear that's pretty profitable. Low barrier to entry, very profitable. Doop-de-doo. Daycare for future G-cells. Yeah. The Leering Center. It'll be the Leering Center because of the looks maxing, because they'll be leering with their eyes to make hunter eyes. Leering. Yeah, that's what it'll be. I'm not scared. I'm not scared either, RJ. There's no reason to be scared if you have Jesus. No reason to be scared. Yeah. So that's why I'm grinding out the streams a little bit to give me a few more hours to get to that monetization faster. It's like a game. It's like a game. I see that bar, it's not filled up all the way, and I just want to like get it done, you know? So, well, we're going to finish eating up and then end the stream. I'm going to read a little Jujutsu Kaisen, watch a little, Gundam. And then go to bed. Yeah, so I don't know. You working on the Primal Asylum? Is that what you're doing right now? Are you clipping? Are you clip farming? What's up with you, RJ? I wonder. I guess not. Forgot if I already asked, but does weight gaining affect losing growth at all? No, it's not. In fact, it'll probably help your growth because you're going to be eating more nutrients. You know what I mean? You're storing that energy, those nutrients, and it's probably going to help you grow more. So, I'm actually normal. I'm glad to hear it, RJ. You sound pretty normal to me. You sound like a pretty cool guy. I'd really enjoy hanging out with you, I'm pretty sure. Slurp cell in the house. Listen, you're not going to get estrogen if you gain weight. Don't worry about it. Especially if you're eating all the other foods you're eating, if you're cholesterol maxing, and eating lots of raw eggs and the fish and the shellfish, you don't have to worry about that. You'll be alright. Once you do the diet and you put on the weight, you'll see. You know? Bro just can't cast a sleeping spell on me. No, I can't. I wouldn't do that to you, RJ. I would not. Forgive my cough. Oh, bro just cast a sleeping spell on me. I'm sorry about that. Well, go to bed, man. Get your rest. What does it mean if my raw Gouda cheese turned very soft and tastes off? Well, first of all, it's not actually raw. Any cheese you buy from the store is not actually raw. It's a lie. It's made with raw dairy, but they heat it to 110 to 120 degrees. So it's not raw. It's never raw. It's a lie. The only way to get raw foods is to order them from farms, like my herd shares. Or Amos Miller, or Healthfully Farm. But, yeah. So raw Gouda cheese is not actually raw. And it's got salt. Raw Parmesan cheese is not actually raw. It's from Amos Miller. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, sometimes cheese just goes weird. Amos uses a vegetable rennet to make those cheeses. Those cheeses are not like a very good quality in my opinion. I don't think they're the best cheeses. There's better cheeses out there that are cheaper. Yeah, sometimes if you let your cheese dry, like I let all my cheese dry. I keep my big hunk of cheese in the fridge and I cut it off as I need it and I let the cut off bits dry on the counter on a wooden cutting board. Yeah, they use a vegetable rennet, I think, for the cheaper cheeses, and then they use a homemade animal rennet for the Fraser cheese. If I recall correctly, I may be wrong. The Biofarm may be different too, because he has a couple different cheese suppliers. But yeah, the Amos cheese is okay, but the cheese I get from this guy named Justin, I like it better, and it's cheaper. So, does it taste any bad necessarily mean it's bad for me to eat? No, it should be fine. It should be fine. Cheese is weird. Why do a lot of Primal dieters sound depressed, bored when speaking? Do I sound depressed or bored when I'm speaking? A lot of times I'm on the computer here, I'm doing something else, so my tonality changes because I'm preoccupied, but I feel like there's times I pop in and out where I don't sound distracted, you know. I also think it's important to recognize the difference between people who are on the primal diet and people who are not on the primal diet. Just because you're eating, you know, like raw meat and stuff doesn't mean you're on the primal diet. If you're not getting enough fat, you're not on the primal diet. Yeah. That's what I do. Like I said, air dry the cheese. And the harder it is, the more effective it is at absorbing toxins. The better it is at quelling indigestion. It works longer and faster and better. So, yeah, I like that. Yeah, I always recommend. I don't like to eat hard cheese with my butter, with dates. I like soft cheese with butter, cheese and honey, and dates, cheese and butter. Hard cheese is best on its own, in my opinion. But it really makes a difference. If cheese gets funky, it could be a moisture content issue. If cheese gets moldy, it's definitely a moisture content issue. It's best to have your cheese in a dry place. How much extra shipping fees is there from the first herd share? Nothing. The shipping fees are standard from like North Arkansas to wherever your house is. You have to check that out. But the shipping's cheaper than Amos for sure. Amos has expensive shipping. Justin ships his cheese. Yeah, I've got the food sourcing in my school for Justin. So, like I said, like there's a lot of benefits in the school, You get discounts to herd shares, you get first access to herd shares, you get access to food sources that I don't give out, So, it's all there. I'm going to raise the price to $28 a month after this stream, by the way. It's $18 right now. So, I'd also accept donations via Cash App for food sources. So, yeah. The first herd share has... Oh, yeah, they do cheese for $6 a pound. So it's cheaper than Justin's $8. But Justin is in Pennsylvania. This other guy's in Arkansas. So, shipping is relative to the location. Do the math yourself. Basically, I'm trying to set up a lot of different farmers around the country. So, basically, whatever region you're in, you can get food shipped to you at a decent cost. You don't have to get stuff shipped across the country and pay for it. That's what I'm doing. Well, and then we'll talk about how much livelier men used to sound when talking, acting like it's something you can just choose. Interesting. That guy never answered my question, though. He never answered my question if I sounded depressed and bored. To be honest, I am a little underwhelmed. I'm used to. Let's put it this way. I'm used to traveling across the world. Okay, I'm used to riding on top of buses in Nepal, and going on lots of hikes, and riding my moped around in 8-lane traffic. And, fighting people, training very hard, and hitchhiking, and meeting people, and staying in strangers' homes. That's all the stuff I used to do. And when you're talking to a screen, it's boring. Compared to that stuff, it's boring. Compared to life, compared to what I used to live, like, it's boring. You don't understand. So my barometer for like entertainment and excitement is, my bar is a lot higher than 90% of people. So I'm in that top percentile, and if it's not above that, I'm just not excited. So it's better than Amos shipping. It's good. Amos, you pay shipping and handling. Like when you'd hear on TV, you don't hear it anymore, but you'd have all these ads for products and stuff. Oh, it's $9.99 plus $14.99 shipping and handling. Shipping and handling is like one cost, but to Amos Miller, shipping and handling is two costs. You pay for shipping and handling. So, yeah, it's expensive. My bad, kinda. Yeah, I met primals around, they often sound the same. I sound kinda depressed. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to dispute you there. The world does weigh on us all, and especially people who are a little more aware about it. But I've kind of attuned to, I don't really care anymore. So maybe it's the apathy breaking through, the apathy. You're mistaking depression for apathy. But I'm also sidetracked. I'm also, looking at things on the computer and scrolling, looking at charts. looking at my content, and I'm asking AI questions if I need to. So, fair point, but it's not like I don't want to be here. If I wasn't going to be here, I wouldn't be here. It's that simple. Like, when I finish this food, it'll be done. So, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Good luck. Yeah. Thank you. We all need a little bit of luck. To be honest. 6 viewers, 14 likes. Thanks so much for stopping by, everybody. I really appreciate you hanging out, having a good time. We reached 100 views. Average view duration of 9 minutes and 58 seconds. It's a little low, honestly, but, I'll take it. Usually we like to be at the 15, 14 minute mark. That's kind of normal, but I don't know. Maybe people just coming through. Do you think if you started the primal diet in your teens, you'd be significantly taller or just a bit? I might be an inch or two taller. I don't know if I would have broke 6 foot, honestly, because my diet before when I was a kid, I was formula fed, low fat diet. So before I was 14, 13, I was already on a low fat diet for most of my life, pretty much. So yeah, I was cooked. You need those fats earlier in your life. And in the womb as well. I didn't get those either. Do I have high blood pressure? Honestly, I've never checked my blood pressure. I think the last time I had blood pressure checked was when I went to the doctor 6 years ago. That's the last time. It's the last time I had my blood pressure checked. So, yeah. Again, guys, I was talking about all these food sources. Just DM me on Instagram if you want to hook up. Or the school. If you join the school, you get discounts. Just saying. No pressure. But I just want to, if you guys want connected, you need to be connected if you want. So, just saying. I don't want people to think I'm ignoring you. I've missed a few messages before. So, yeah. Mom was a low-fat maxer. Yep, same. I didn't even get to breastfeed at all. My mom ate baked chicken breast, and green vegetables every night when I was inside of her womb. That's all I ate. Baked chicken and green beans and broccoli and salad. That's literally my diet as I was a fetus. So, yeah. Soy milk until you were 12 is crazy, bro. That sucks. You've definitely got the lymphatic congestion for sure. Soy milk's the worst because it's like soy, chemicals, and tap water. That's all soy milk is. Terrible. Better than skim milk, for sure. Gosh, yeah, soy milk, that's rough. That's rough. Don't make him cry. Who's crying? I'm not trying to make anybody cry. It's like Beatles, cry baby cry. White Album, right? Yeah. Oh, G will appear to him. Yes, the infamous G. I remember I would only eat tortillas with banana and Nutella as a snack almost every day. Yeah, I was on the peanut butter and honey sandwiches and peanut butter and Nutella snack. Yeah, that was a big, that was in my snack repertoire for sure. Peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, I did that. For sure. I remember one summer I would eat like ground beef and cheese and tortillas every day, and like that's all I ate because I was too busy playing Unreal Tournament online. It was so fun. Um, yeah, I used to ride my bike to the corner store in the summer as well. I'd get the candy bar, the Crunch bar, or some Reese's and a vanilla Coke every day. That was my good. That was my sweet snack. Yeah, those were the days, man. Those were the days. I'd ride my bike down the alley. Sometimes I'd do it on the sidewalk, and I'd go. And there'd be the man. He was a very dark Indian man, very South Asian, very South Indian. He was very nice. He kept his candy bars in the coolers because he knew what he was doing. I think his nephew owns the store now, or he used to. The healthiest thing I would eat is probably about 2 or 3 times a week. I'd have 2 hard-boiled eggs. I was so malnourished, it's crazy. Yeah, were you raised vegetarian or something? Or what? I mean, I was lucky my mom made home-cooked meals. I had meat every day at dinner, but... And lunch meat and, eggs for breakfast and such, and cereal. Christopher Lind is right. Yeah. Damn. There's some burps for you, Bill, if you're still here. Oh, you're here. No, not vegetarian, but I know I was force-fed because I wouldn't eat anything. Oh, you just wouldn't eat anything. Interesting. That's weird. It's like, oh, my kid doesn't like to eat. Let's force feed him. Let's force feed him hard-boiled eggs and soy milk. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Poor kid. Poor parents. Also, I got pretty lucky back in the day in the early 90s because McDonald's was actually pretty good and Wendy's was pretty good. Wendy's was actually good throughout the 90s until the Thomas family left the business. Yeah. So you you get a real burger at McDonald's. And it wasn't garbage. Now it's garbage. The chicken nuggets were not garbage yet. I remember when the chicken nuggets used to be like actual chicken. Raw meat is the only way. Give it time and no one else will be left except the raw meat eaters. Yeah, pretty much. Most boomer parents hate their kids. Yeah, it's sad. Wendy's was good. Yeah. And I don't know how old you are, Bounca, but like back in the day, like in the 90s, man, that was the best. Wendy's was the best. The burgers were the best because McDonald's fell off in like the late 90s, and Wendy's was still just as good. Burger King's kind of gross. They spray their meat with that flavoring to make it, to give it that Burger King flavor. But yeah, Wendy's had the best beef for sure. And like you could get like the Wendy's, like all the fast food places had sunrooms. Wendy's even had like a salad bar. And yeah, he had a baked potato at Wendy's. that was wild, man. Yeah, Wendy's was dope. It was so good. Tim Dillon even talked about that. He's like, Wendy's was the best. What happened? He's so right. Yeah, I miss Wendy's. The yellow Wendy's. That was the good shit. Yeah, man. I miss a good burger, man. And that's the thing. I've traveled all over the world. Nobody does a burger like America. The closest I came to a real American burger outside of America was this place called Phil's Grills in Taiwan. I used to eat there like once a week. It was very expensive, but I could afford to, honestly. And yeah, man, it was this American guy who started a burger joint in Taiwan. It was so good. It was amazing. I loved it. It wasn't quite as good as America burgers, but it was close. It was damn close, man. Closest it ever came. Burger King uses seed oils in their burgers, while Mickey D's and Wendy's does not. That's true, but they all use pink slime. All their meat comes from like pink slime meat. It's not good. In a way, I kind of helped my parents because about a year ago I started cooking meat and eggs again after dinners. The majority of those using meat, even though I'm cooked as glad. Yeah, no, that's based, yeah, leading the way. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, oh wow, we can just like, we're adults. We can like, do cooked meat, It's the thing about getting old is you get into patterns and habits in a rut, and life is busy, and you got kids and a job and bills, expenses, and all this stuff, and you don't even think about that. You're just like, in your life, you're just so used to something, and you don't even think about questioning it or changing it because it takes energy. So it's good you initiated that change, because they're probably like, why don't we do this all the time? Why don't we do this? We can do this all the time. We're adults. I remember the first time I was like, I'm an adult now and I can do what I want. It was, I was probably like 18, 19. Well, aside from buying a pack of Marlboro Reds the day I turned 18, I opened the freezer and I was like, oh, what do we have? Food. I need food. And I saw we had waffles, like frozen waffles and ice cream, and I was like, wait a minute. Why don't I just make an ice cream sandwich with waffles? That sounds amazing. And that's what I had for breakfast. And that was like the moment where I was like, I'm in control. And I don't have to eat eggs and bacon for breakfast. I don't have to eat cereal for breakfast. I don't have to eat yogurt and granola and fruit for breakfast. I can have Eggo waffles with ice cream as a sandwich for breakfast. That was a big moment for me. Yeah, man, the days, reminiscing about the days, the good old days. It changes so fast. It's there and then it's gone. And then, then you're in your 30s just live streaming to like 9 people. No, but I mean, I don't know what else am I going to do. It's good marketing. I have people joining the school, getting the word out about the website and the conference and everything. So, it's all building towards that. So, yeah. And it's interesting to meet people and hear about other people's stories and journeys and things. So much more to it than acting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're enlightened. What can I say? Yeah, you started for one thing and then you saw the truth for what it is, and now you're like, acne. Who cares about acne? Like, I'm glad I had. It's a good thing I had acne. That means my body was working. What are we gonna do, guys? What's going on? That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, acne is a good thing. It's detox. It's the body processing stuff, filtering it through your skin. Your skin's a filter. It's a byway filter. It goes in, it comes out. It's like splinters. Like, you ever get a splinter? It comes out of the skin. Anything that comes into the body that shouldn't be there is eventually discarded through your mucous membranes, your salivary glands, your ear canals, your eyes. You get that eye dust. That's detox. Your bowels, your urethra, and your skin. Your skin's the largest organ. I know some people say, like, yeah, if you get acne, it's not, toxins coming out of your skin. That's just wrong. But that's not true. It's like, you're an idiot if you don't think that's the case. Like, I got a rash out of nowhere one day for like 3 weeks. It was so bad. It was the worst eczema I had in years. And it came on for no reason. It just happened. And you're going to tell me that's not a detox? Like, I'm scratching it like I want to get something out of my body. And the skin keeps like flaking and coming, and it's terrible. And then I put clay on it, and I increased my fat intake a little bit, and then it went away. The clay is what really made it go away, honestly. But after that, yeah, it was crazy. I didn't change anything else about my life. It wasn't my circadian rhythm. It wasn't the EMFs. It wasn't because I was not eating local food. It's a bunch of malarkey. It's a bunch of malarkey. And like, I get acne in areas where I have my lymph nodes. Your lymph nodes are dumping into your skin. That's what's happening. So, yeah, acne is a good thing. Do you think the reason why so many people eat garbage and their skin is still good because they can't detox the toxins anymore? Yeah, so your body can only build, fuel, and detox. It can only do 2 of those at the same time. So yeah, I know quite a few people who have bad circadian rhythms and bad diets, and they don't have any acne. Yeah. It's because their body it doesn't have the energy to expel the toxins. That's what's going on. You need the energy and the nutrients to detox. You need the nutrients and the fats to encapsulate the free radicals to get them out of the body. It's that simple. 11:30? Oh my God. An hour ago, dude. An hour ago. I can't even freaking... An hour ago I said, oh, that's it. It's it. But here I am, 11:30. Jesus. 4 hours? Oh, man. This is crazy. 4-hour stream. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm going to finish this bite of liver. And last call for questions, so get them in. Last call for questions. Wrap it up. If you got any more questions. Also, guys, the school is available. Right now, it's $18. It's going to be $28 when you wake up tomorrow. No pressure, I'm just saying. If you have the need and the drive to really learn about the diet and get the coaching, it's the most cost-effective way to do it because there's nobody else offering that. Nobody else who's doing social media and coaching on the diet knows knows what I know and can help you like I can help you, honestly. And that's not being a braggart, that's just stating facts. I've been doing this 8 years, and you have a lot of kids who've been doing this 6 months and they're acting like an expert. So, stupid people are going to give them money, but this channel does not appeal to LTNs and dumb people. If you're watching this channel, you're probably above average intelligence, honestly. I'm not just saying that. I really do. I know that for sure. Is raw butter good for skin and also for a cut? Bone marrow's better. Bone marrow's better. Bone marrow is better for skin and for cuts and for healing. Bone marrow is more healing in general. Yeah, raw butter is okay. If you're looking for like something to help rejuvenate the skin, you can do the Primal facial cream, the body care cream. You can also juice like a cup of ginger juice, get a cup of heavy cream, and then grate in about half a cup of ginger. Mix that all together. You might even need a little more heavy cream if it's too watery, because you want a lotiony texture. And then mix that all together and keep it in the fridge, and then put that on your skin, and that will really help rejuvenate your skin as well. But yeah, bone marrow is always the best. It's the most healing fat, in my opinion. Like I've had cuts and scrapes and like pretty bad stuff, and I've just would experiment putting bone marrow on it. It was better in like a day, honestly. I don't know if you guys know the Flesh God, Bobin, but he was doing knuckle push-ups, and something happened to his knuckle. He had like a hole in his knuckle, and it looked pretty nasty, but he put bone marrow on it for 1 day, and it was like instantly better. So yeah, just doing the diet in general is going to help you heal faster. No matter what's happening, it's going to help you heal faster. But when you add things like bone marrow topically to wounds and abrasions, forget about it. It'll be gone in a couple days. And I've stabbed myself with oyster knives and stuff in the hands, and like I really messed up my hand. I've had holes in my hand from oyster knives, and I did the bone marrow and the meat bandage, and it helped significantly. It was better in like a week. I had a hole in my hand that was healed up in a week. So, and I have no damage. There's a little scar tissue, but it's kind of, it's almost gone away, honestly. So, yeah, that's, bone marrow is great. If you're using bone marrow topically, don't worry about like where it comes from, as long as it's fresh. But if you're consuming bone marrow, I'd be a little bit more cautious about consuming it if it's been injected. But injected bone marrow for topical use, in my opinion, is okay. Not a deal breaker. All right, gang. We hit the 4-hour mark, and I need to go chill out and watch a little anime. And I might read a little manga too, honestly. We'll see. But thanks, everybody, for your questions. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the likes. And I really appreciate it. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. I'm going to have my iris videos out Friday, so you're going to be able to see from 2022 to like 3 weeks ago the changes in my iris. Maybe there are no changes. Maybe I'm crazy and schizophrenic and I don't know what I'm looking at and I'm seeing things. But maybe if you see things, let me know. So thanks again. I'll probably stream tomorrow or Wednesday. Good night.